Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And it is the midweek edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Good morning to you. Coming up on the show, we begin with news from betting in the college ranks. This is hard to believe. Plus, we get the NBA last night on ESPN. We've got our Power 5 rankings in the NFL, college football as well. All that coming up here in the next 3 hours. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, how you doing on this Thursday?
Yeah, good morning. Jenks, I feel like I have a new career in what would be conspiracy theory hunting. Because remember what we talked about yesterday? The fact that my family believes that Victor Wembanyama is an alien. I don't know if you saw some of the highlights last night. I think he might be an alien. 40 points, 15 boards. He looks unguardable.
He's an alien. When your husband said that, Jake, I was like, I don't know, Jake. And then I was like, oh, he was ahead of the curve on that one. He was right. That guy is an alien.
Right.
I don't know, and we'll talk about all this. I don't know if I've seen that. I wasn't ready for that game 1. I was ready for that like game 24. Like, okay, now we're starting to see it. Holy Lord, what a performance. Yeah, the NBA's back in a big way. They have to be thrilled with what they saw. Yeah, go ahead.
I was about to say, like, I'm not going to sit here and say that, like, we're a big NBA show, but I think if there is one player that you watch this season, make it Wemby. Like, you don't even have to watch the rest of the league. Like, I understand I wore the sweatshirt that says I support the entire league, but maybe I need to throw it away and replace it with a Victor Wembanyama jersey.
That sounded like an ad. Listen, I don't watch a lot of basketball, but sometimes I do. And if you're going to do it this season, make it Wemby. Make it Wemby.
Make it Wemby.
Yeah, go ahead. Make it Wemby. He was unbelievable last night. Oh, my God. Also, it's so weird seeing the NBA on, well, the TNT crew on ESPN. What a night. And we got football to talk about. How about your bet? Chelsea. In 2 days, you've gone from a baseball gal to now you're an NBA gal. 2 for 2 this season.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Look at this NBA
Look
gal.
at this.
But let's not look at the sample size. Only 2 games, but we will take it. So best bet of the night was Victor Wembanyama, and I had a player prop parlay on him. Needed him to score 20-plus points and 10-plus rebounds for -140. This was an easy cash. He finished with 40 points, 15 boards, and here's the thing. Like, stuffing the stat sheet is always impressive, but, like, the way that he did it. Like, if you were driving right now, whenever you get to a stoplight or something, watch the highlights from last night because they were just mind-blowing. Like, it was wild to me that I get to live in an era where we have Wemby and Ohtani doing these type of freak athlete things. I was thanking my lucky stars.
Can we start calling you Hoops now on the show? Hoops Chelsea? Hoops Messenger.
No, it's just Wemby. It wasn't the whole night. It was just Wemby.
You, though. You with 2 for 2 on your bets. You know, basketball, start calling you Hoops. Hoops.
Oh, gosh.
No. I went to high school with a guy named Hoops. Then he went to jail for a long time. He's out now, though. Good for him. Yeah. So maybe not. Maybe that nickname is already taken. As for me, man, I hated this bet. Whatever. I could not figure out what to bet on yesterday. I didn't want to do NBA, so I did hockey. Whatever. Canadiens at the Flames. I had over 5 and a hook, and the Habs win 2-1, so that's a loss for me. As for the Donkster, he had the Flames on the money line, so that was a loss as well because the Canadiens pick up the victory. So for the week, Hoops, it's the final time I'll say it. 3-1-1. I'm 2-4-1. And the Donkster is 1-2. Great to have you with us here on this Thursday edition. We get Thursday Night Football tonight. Before we get to the NBA, how about this? The NCAA is going to officially allow betting. Coaches, athletes, staffers can now gamble on pro sports, not college sports. You cannot bet on your own college games or any college games for that matter. But you can bet on the NBA, the NHL, Major League Baseball, whatever you choose, as long as it's a pro sport. And it starts soon, November the 1st. Is this a good idea? I feel like this is a slippery slope, and I'm all about betting and wagering, but I feel like we need to be careful here.
I think there needs to be limits placed, right? Because I think that especially when you're talking about young men, and especially young men that have an influx of cash, because like think about the NIL era. And like me, as somebody who like pays money into an NIL fund, I'm like, is this where my NIL money is going? But still, like sometimes young men with a lot of money do not make the best financial decisions. So I think as a mom, that's the first thing I thought of was, hey, maybe they can bet on these things, but I do think there needs to be limits.
Yeah. I just feel like with college kids, the temptation is always there to just kind of dabble in something because you're introduced to everything all at once. Freedom, booze, ladies, guys, whoever you're into. Just you're introduced to everything all at once, and now you add wagering to the mix, which is fine. It's just that it's another temptation you have to be aware of.
Right. And again, like with some of these guys who now have money, because it used to be like back in the day, it was like they would give the football players like a ton of board bucks, which I don't know if you guys had these at Texas where it was like you can spend them at like the bookstore or like the pantry store where you can like get a bunch of mac and cheese. But the football players were like, I have 20,000 board bucks, wheat thins on me.
What?
But like imagine, these players now that have actual money. And so it just, again, it's one of those things where it has come on so soon and so quickly to where now we have players being paid. Now they're allowed to gamble. And listen, we are a gambling show. Like, if anybody's pro gambling, it is certainly us. I don't know. Like, we'll see. It just feels like the NCAA is now just the Wild West. And I do think we need to clip off this segment and send it to John Mateer, because I know he's super excited about this. Oh, wait, no, that's just an inside joke. But I do think some guys will be betting, like, on the NFL, on March or they can't do March Madness, but they can do the NFL.
See? That's what I mean. Right there. You're on your phone, and you're like, you know what? I mean, dude, I think the Broncos are going to cover this weekend. Also, I think we got a good basketball team. Tyrese says we're going to be really good this year. Let's bet on us, future. You know what I mean? Like, you're not even thinking about it, and you're like, oh, wait, I can't do that. You just got to be careful. Be careful about that. So if you're a college student, yes, you can now fire up your phone and bet.
Well, and here's another thing. Like, think about, like, some of these college football players who are still probably in touch with NFL players. Because a lot of these guys, probably went to school together. So they're probably texting, whoever and be like, hey, so what's the injury report this week? So I don't know how that's going to work. But again, we will see. The NCAA is fast and free now. So anything goes.
Of course, I always bring everything back to Texas. But I think, look, what if someone in Texas knew Quinn Ewers, plays for the Dolphins? It's like, Quinn, how are things going? Duh, coach didn't even show up this week. Mike, he's totally checked out. It's like, all right, I'm going to fade the Dolphins. You know what I mean? Like, you just have to be careful about that. It could be, it's so easy to do now. So something to keep an eye on. And there's been, a smattering of scandals across college sports. Not many. And the NCAA says, yes, we're aware of that, but they're isolated and we're going to keep an eye on it. And the algorithms will, of course, make sure that does not happen. If it does, you will be punished. I'll tell you, got punished last night. The Dallas Mavericks, because the Spurs all over Dallas in Cooper Flagg's debut. That's what we were supposed to be focusing on. 125-94. Yeah, or 92, I should say. The Spurs getting 3.5 Spurs, plus 145 on the money line. Total set at 226 and a hook. The under hits. We talked about it at the top of the show. Flagg's debut, but Wemby going off.
Lively denied emphatically by Wembanyama.
It's like playing against your dad in the driveway when you're 8 years old. What do?
Wemby 3, you bet! Plus the foul!
Call courtesy of ESPN. Wemby with 40 points to go along with 15 boards, 3 blocks in just 30 minutes. Sets a Spurs record for most points in an opener. rarely am I speechless, but my God, I am speechless after watching that. You knew in the second quarter, maybe in the first quarter, like, oh, this is going to be a special game, and it was.
I feel like I'm the opposite of speechless, to the point where I want to tell everybody about this. Like, I'm in the Wendy's drive-thru. I'm like, listen, did you see those Wemby highlights last night? It's like, ma'am, do you want fries with that or not? Because it's one of those things that, like, if you follow basketball, you're like, something crazy is going on here.
Yeah.
Like, I have watched a lot of basketball, and that is not normal. Some of the touch and some of the moves that Wemby had last night, like, we were talking about this during the offseason. Apparently, Wemby trained with Kevin Garnett, and Kevin Garnett himself, who is a Hall of Famer, was super impressed to the point where he compared his game to a mix of Kevin Durant and Shaq. And that's exactly what we saw last night. It's like if Shaq had touch, and if Shaq was like fleet on his feet, or he could make free throws. So it's one of those things where you just don't even believe your eyes, because the league as a whole of the NBA is freak athletes. Like, all of the guys. Like, I don't know if you've ever been to an NBA game in person, but like, these guys look like monsters. They're giants. Yeah. So when you see Wemby, you know, absolutely dwarfing some of these guys, and he has this type of touch, it's absolutely wild. Because, Jenks, we've seen tall players before, but they just don't have the handle that Wemby does. So, you know, all around, it's one of those things that people will not shut up about, and for good reason.
Yes, I remember when I first walked by an NBA player or someone who was of large stature. It was Shaq. I used to cover the Spurs back in the day when I worked in Austin. We'd go down to San Antonio. It's about an hour away. So covered David Robinson and Tim Duncan back in the day, and the Lakers were in town. And I was near the court, and Shaq walked by. And I was like, I mean, I've been around pro athletes, my job, but I was like, oh my God. Like, this is the most massive individual I've ever been next to. Just in passing, I was like, oh my God, he's so big. And Wemby is obviously not as dense, but to see a guy move like that is just... Jay Billis, who has seen everything, who's so great on ESPN, and even you heard him during the telecast, like, he looks like he's 6'2". Like, what is this guy doing? A guy who knows basketball, played the sport, one of the best analysts in the game, is wowed by what he was seeing. I think we were all wowed, and here's the thing. He's a baby. I mean, he didn't even play the end of last season because of that deep vein thrombosis, so he had surgery left in February, and he comes back. The fact that he has a ceiling that hasn't been reached yet is sort of hard to fathom.
Yeah, I think his head's past the ceiling. I think we're past that. And it's wild to me how you combine these physical gifts with what you're seeing from his motivation. Because, Jenks, we kind of followed this during the summer. He had like a wild off season where he was like with the monks in like Asia and like learning all these practices. And you hear the sound bites after the game, and he was saying something to the effect of, I know what I could lose, and now I've seen that. And so I'm very afraid of losing it again when it comes to his health. Because when you are that tall, like, it comes a lot with a lot of challenges. So you can tell not only is he physically very gifted, but he is very motivated as well.
I think it's a good point. And also when you have someone who is that centered and grounded at such a young age, then all of a sudden their singular focus becomes the one thing they're passionate about, which is basketball. So with a lot of these young guys, and it's understandable, right? You have all these temptation, or you're getting money, and you have all this spotlight. Maybe you get on your phone. You're like, yeah, I'll gamble a little bit. Now it's legal. Whatever it is. And you're Wemby, and it's, no, I have this calm, and I have this grace, and my focus is basketball. That makes him even more dangerous because he has that gratefulness for the sport, and he has that passion for it, and he's going to keep improving. That's the thing that's hard to believe. This is game one. Right.
And he's already gone through like adversity, because remember that dust up he had with Britney Spears? Do you remember that?
I forgot about that. In Vegas, didn't she tried to accost him like crazy Britney? What's Britney up to?
She was a big fan.
Yeah.
I wonder if she was watching last night.
I bet she was. Probably with security around her, doing her
knives.
Dances. Yeah, I call this the Wemby, and like, oh yeah, with knives. All right, Brittany, let's maybe we don't post this. Let's just do this for us. Haven't heard from her in a minute. And also Cooper Flagg, that's the crazy thing about it is this was the number 1 overall draft pick. The Mavericks won the lottery getting Cooper Flagg. 10 points, 10 boards, didn't score in the second half or in the first half. So, a fine debut, but completely overshadowed by what Wemby did.
Yeah, literally overshadowed.
Yeah, really.
You couldn't even see Cooper
really.
Flagg.
Oh, my
Like,
God.
is he down there? Is he still down there? Oh, no, we can't see him. Wemby's just standing there. But yeah, it felt like Wemby overshadowed everything in the NBA last night.
He was just absolutely brilliant. Game 1, what is next for that absolute stud? 11-1 to win the MVP just a couple days ago. I mean, that's definitely going to shorten in a big way. Can't wait to look at the odds during the break. Coming up next to the show, before we get to week 8 of the NFL, we'll dive into the futures market and see which player we like to win the Heisman Trophy. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
In 20 minutes, the crew give out their power rankings after the weekend in the NFL. Here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Daily Tip on BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, the Heisman odds have shifted at BetMGM, and there's still some value on the board depending on where you look. Are you watching the new Love Island? Or wait, is there a new Love Island out? Is that the one that Catherine told me about? We woke up this morning together. She's like, I'm already over it. I think it's what it is. Or maybe it's Love is Blind. That's what it is. It's not Love Island. It's Love is Blind. I get lost in all these reality shows. Do you watch any of those? Like Love is Blind? Have you ever watched one of those?
I watched during COVID, and that was it. Because also my daughter was a baby then, so like I could watch whatever I want. So now it's like I have to watch things that she doesn't mind watching. So like she doesn't mind like Parks and Rec and The Office, and like some of these shows that are pretty PG. Yeah. And like she doesn't love them, but like she'll sit there and watch them. But like the dating shows, I don't even like those anyway. I feel like I watched it during COVID because it was an experience that we all wanted to react to together. Like, I think that's why people like The Bachelor as well, because, you know, it's one of the few, like, live programs where there is still some suspense. And you have to wait till, you know, next week to see who's voted off or, I guess, not given a rose. So I think it's like what sports gives us for people who don't like sports.
Oh, I think you're right. Dylan says, Love Island is a summer show. My bad. My B on that.
I didn't know that.
I had no idea. I have watched a couple of Love is Blind, and that show is just like, it's a train wreck, which is exactly why people watch it, right? Because you have people who clearly have never seen one another. And how quickly they fall in love is amazing. And some of the things people do, it's like, I can't see you, but I wrote you this poem. Or they'll play them a song, and it's the worst thing you've ever heard. Like, it's terrible. That's exactly why people watch. You're like, you gotta be kidding. But even when Catherine is checking out, then things are going awry. Because she was like, I'm already out. I texted Kristen and I said, tell me how this ends, or tell me who gets married or who doesn't, because I'm over it. And I was like, oh, that's not a good sign. So I was going to watch anyway, but if I were, now I'm definitely not going to watch. Whatever.
Oh, well, Mark Safe from Love is Blind, season whatever. But I will say, I don't know if, clearly you don't follow Love Island that much, but the host of it, Ariana Madix, who was on Vanderpump Rules, which I know I'm going deep in the weeds of reality TV, but she's a huge Orlando Magic fan. And she was on the promos for NBA's Round Ball Rock. Like when they did like all the people going, da-na-da-na-na-na-na-na. She was one of the people. She's like a really attractive blonde, but apparently she grew up in Florida and really loves Orlando Magic basketball.
That's so strange.
Right?
You know, you ever meet somebody who's a sports fan of a team and you can't imagine that team having any fans? Like they're out there, and I feel like Orlando's one of those teams. Like, oh, you're a Magic? I love the Orlando Magic. Like, you do? Oh, okay. I mean, it makes sense, I guess. It's just they just seem like a team that's there, you know, and you play the Magic and maybe you bet on the Magic, and they've had some great players over the years, but I've never met anyone who's a hardcore Orlando Magic fan, but obviously they exist. That's just funny, though. Of all the teams.
Right. Well, especially Orlando, because it's such a transient city.
Yeah. That's
like,
what I
don't know how many times you've been to Orlando, but it's like all international people that like work at Disney World.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Where it's there. They have the Magic, but it's perfectly Disney. And so you think it's almost like a not a travel team, but like a vacation team. Like, oh, if you're in Orlando, come see the Magic. It's just another attraction here.
Yeah, exactly. But they do have some good players now. Paolo Banchero is good.
Yeah.
And as Dylan said, they do have one of the best theme songs in the NBA. Orlando Magic. Orlando Magic. I need to listen to that.
That's Hoops Messenger, guys. Nobody knows the NBA and the theme songs like Hoops. Okay, Chelsea. We'll get to Hoops later on in the show. We got a couple games to handicap tonight. Before that, however, let's talk a little college basketball here, or college football, I should say. Bill Belichick, we know that there was that Hulu documentary that got scrapped, and for whatever reasons, we don't know, would have paid North Carolina $250,000. But now a local news station, which I'm sure you're aware of because you went to school in Raleigh, WRAL in North Carolina, is planning on releasing a documentary about Bill's first season at Carolina, which I sort of love that a local news station is going to do this. Forget about Hulu. Leave it to the local news crew to do this. Is this going to be any good? I bet it's surprisingly good because these local stations, while not on the national map, tend to get perspectives and access that you wouldn't think about. And plus, they'll put the work into it because of all the eyeballs potentially on it. I think it's going to be good, and I want to see it.
Yeah, because this is a station that actually has good investigative journalists. So I think this is a story that extends far beyond football. I bet they have some of their best news reporters on this. And I worked at WRAL. It was my first job out of college. I did their Friday night football show. So I took notes for the reporters. So I was really high up on the depth chart. But everybody gets their start somewhere. But it's very highly regarded in the Triangle area. It's the #1 news station there. So WRAL has a lot of good reporters. I know it's not I don't think it's a top 25 market. But a lot of good reporters have gotten their start there. So I would not be surprised if it's very good. And this is such a smart idea. If these, Hulu and Netflix aren't doing it, you got to jump on this. This is one of the biggest national stories in college football and probably all sports.
Oh, it's perfect for them. Was this your first job?
In TV.
In TV, yeah. That's what I mean. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I was not on TV, though.
Well, that's all right.
Took notes.
Now you're like, okay, I'll do that. My first job at TV, nobody respected us. We were terrible. My first station. I mean, when you're in the attic of a former train depot, it's hard to have a great news station. And we were not a great news station. Denton says top 27 market. There you go. I'm looking forward to this. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see the Jordan Hudson reaction. Because if she can find a way to prevent this from happening, you know she's going to do it.
But I don't think she can. Local news, if there is still any inkling of journalistic integrity left, they're going to do this no matter what. Because think about it. I know people don't trust the media that much anymore, but I do think most local news stations, they don't have a leaning. And I do think if you're looking for actual journalists, this is where you go, especially in the news department. No offense to the sports people, but the news people, those are bulldogs. Those people are crazy intense. They will do anything for a story. They go, toe to toe with politicians. So they're not going to be afraid of Bill Belichick. No.
And also, which I think this was absolutely the case with the Pablo Torre video and audio that he broke about a week ago, is that was leaked. Somebody does not like her or does not like this relationship or how this is trending enough to leak this, right? So if someone is willing to do that, they are absolutely going to do the same for WRAL and say, okay, we have this that we caught on camera or this audio that we got. We'll leak it. It's already leaking out. So they're going to, even if they don't get official access or access that is on the clock, if you will, someone will provide the audio and the video to add to this documentary because we're already seeing it happen.
Oh, absolutely. I think these are easy things to get just because people are probably so angry about the football program just crumbling. Think about the expectations and think about some of these parents of the players who are like, what is this circus we signed up for? Our players aren't even improving. It feels like they are secondary to the Jordan Hudson show. So it's just a lot. And I do think I'm looking forward to it because it's not going to be the fluff pieces that we see on Netflix and Hulu, because isn't that the biggest disappointment when you watch a documentary on something like the one about the University of Florida and they're like, Urban Meyer was a great head coach and all the boys were just wonderful. And you're like,
choir boys,
we
called them.
That Aaron Hernandez guy. I think he was doing some stuff after practice that maybe you should look into, but it feels like WRAL would have no reason to put out a puff piece.
Right. If I could describe the Gator locker room during the Urban Meyer era, I'd say it's kind of like a church choir. Just a bunch of good guys. I don't know about that. Maybe, but also maybe not. I don't know about that. How long were you at WRAL, out of curiosity?
Well, listen, like, it was a job, but, like, I think you're mistaking it from, like, my first, like, reporting job.
No, you were
so,
just
like, this
off air.
was
I'm just curious.
Gig.
Right.
Yeah, it was literally, I think, maybe 2 football seasons, because I only worked during football season. Like, I was hired to give notes to people who were doing the Friday Night Football show. And I had to compile scores and call a coach, be like, hey, what was the score? Back before the internet was, like, doing big things. So I was there for like 1 or 2 football seasons. It was not a big deal, but I do remember one of the anchors sitting me down and be like, listen, this business is really hard and you have a Southern accent. So maybe it's time to start looking at backup plans. I was like, thanks.
God. Yeah. Jeez. No, I interned for 3 years, no pay at TV stations in Austin, just trying to absorb as much as I could. Did the whole thing as well, where it was on Friday night, you're getting high school scores. And in Texas, pre-internet, you know what we would do to get these scores from local high school games? We called Dairy Queen some of the time. Like, well, you can call maybe the local sheriff's office because they'll be listening to the game on the radio. They might know. Or call the Dairy Queen because there's a Dairy Queen in every Texas town. And you call maybe like Dairy Queen, be like, hey, I'm calling from KVU in Austin. Can you tell me who's winning the Wimberley game? Yeah, Texans won 17-10. Be like, great. That's okay. Thanks so much. Which at the time you're like, oh, that's just normal. But looking back now, it's kind of crazy to think that you were calling a restaurant. Do you want a belt buster before you go? No, just the high school score. But thanks.
Well, you had to be resourceful back then.
Yeah.
Because, like, the internet cut so many corners for people these days. Like, I remember during the week, if I would be at practice for some of these teams, I would give my card out to somebody's mom, like the star player, be like, listen, we really want to show little Timmy's highlights on the news, but if we don't have a final score, we can't show them. So here's my card. I want you to text me the final score. Like, you have to sell it. And you would give it out to several parents as a backup plan. And it's like, hey, can I get your number as well, just in case? We really want these highlights shown.
Yeah, and they would call because they want to make sure that their kid got some run, right? So, oh, man, those are crazy times. And some of those kids, what did they do? They grew up to become college football stars, like the guys we're seeing right now at BetMGM. Ty Simpson, quarterback at Alabama, is your leader in the, at least odds-wise, for the Heisman Trophy at 3-1. Fernando Mendoza, Indiana, plus 325. Ohio State's Julian Sain is 4-1. Diego Pavia, 8-1. Marcel Reed, Texas A&M, 10-1. Is most of the value, is there any value on Diego Pavia? 8-1? I mean, he's kind of he's the trendy pick, I feel like, because he's so much fun to watch and everybody just sort of, you know, it's easy to jump on the Diego Pavia train, right? Because he's so much fun. He's been there forever. But at 8-1, would you, or he's been in college football forever. Where was he before? New Mexico State? Is that right?
Somewhere in New Mexico.
JUCO. Okay, yeah. Trying for an extra year. But at 8-1, would you put money on him?
I think he's probably the best story. Because, like, think about it. It's a narrative award, but I can definitely see, like, Fernando Mendoza, like, shouting and waving in his arms and be like, do you see what we're doing with Indiana here? This isn't a great story as well. It just feels to me, when you think of Vanderbilt, you think of Diego Pavia. When you think of Indiana, you think of Curt Cignetti. So I think maybe that goes into it a little bit. But if Ty Simpson continues to put up big numbers and, like, Alabama already has that pedigree, because I think that's kind of what goes against Indiana and Vanderbilt, is that, like, the Heisman is, like, a tricky award because sometimes it feels like it's not necessarily fair. It is just, like, a popularity contest. So I do think Ty Simpson has, like, the edge in that regard, but obviously it's reflected in the odds. Do you think we should be talking about Julian Sayin more? I feel like nobody ever wants to talk about him because it's like, ho-hum, Ohio State, yeah, they're good.
Yeah. I will say, when it comes to Diego Pavia, I love that Johnny Manziel, Johnny Football, is his mentor. Double D reminded me of this in the chat. Johnny Football is going to be like, hey, listen, you're doing a great job. You have all the tools. You're a great leader. But you're not drinking enough. You got to booze more. I need to see you in Vegas before every game. You are just not hitting the bottle enough. That's how you become a Heisman Trophy winner. I don't know if I would want that guy being my mentor, but it's working thus far, I guess. Although I will say Sayan's just kind of sitting back to answer your question. But Pavi is interesting because it's Mizzou this weekend. It's at Texas. It's at Tennessee. That is a schedule. If you can maneuver, then he will have the resume to go with his sort of otherworldly skills as a quarterback. I will say of all the quarterbacks, he's the most fun to watch.
Well, and also, like, it feels like the success of his team is most heavily tied to him. Like,
Yeah.
Vandy has a good O-line, but you think of Diego Pavia.
Yes, you do. And there are times, as good as that O-line is, because I was watching that LSU game, there's a couple times there on fourth down where he's running around and he just wills a team to a first down or finds a way even when he's not getting protection, which is not that very often. Coming up next on the show, time to rank our top 5 teams in the NFL, and we have seen a change at the top. That is next here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Make it legendary. Welcome back to the show, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Always great to have you with us on this Thursday. Coming up, the rankings have changed in a big way. We'll tell you why we each have a new top 5 in the National Football League. So yesterday, Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets, just went off on quarterback Justin Fields, basically saying how he's not any good, how it's up to Aaron Glenn. Oh, you can start whoever you want, but also I don't like this guy, or he's not playing well. Justin Fields responded, and I thought this was pretty classy, where when the owner of the team goes off on you, or maybe goes off as too strong, but he pretty much was pretty heavy-handed in his criticism, right? So Justin Fields says, it's not going to make me play better. It's not going to give me more confidence on the field, so I don't think there's necessarily a point in talking about that, and I doubt he'll come and talk to me. So good on Justin Fields for rising above here. I mean, he's right. What is this criticism going to do? Is it going to elevate Justin Fields' play? This is a classic. This is why the Jets are so dysfunctional, because an owner should not speak that way about his quarterback. This is one of those things you keep in-house. Like, of course Justin Fields isn't playing well. He was benched in the second half last week. We all know this. But are you helping or are you hurting the cause when you come out and you criticize your starting quarterback in this way? You're doing nothing but damaging your organization. And so I credit Justin Fields a lot for not sort of giving in here and just saying, this isn't going to help, but I'm going to go out and I'm going to do my thing, and I won't let this affect me. I don't know what else he could do except maybe fire back, but I would imagine the temptation was there to do that.
Oh, I'm sure, but I think he's probably already learned to rise above it, because this is not his first rodeo. Like, I feel like for such a young guy, he's already gone through quite a bit of like adversity and like hot takes as a quarterback in the NFL, because like being a quarterback for the Bears and having that potential, and then people saying, well, he can't throw the football. Then he goes to the Steelers, and then he's in a quarterback battle with Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson takes over the job. So it feels to me like he is a young guy that's kind of been through it.
Yeah.
And my next question is this. Of all the quarterbacks in the NFL, there is somebody lurking underneath the surface that feels to me that might have the career trajectory of somebody like Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield, or even to a lesser extent, Geno Smith, to where it's these backups that have been passed around the league, but they build this tolerance to adversity. And they see a lot of things playing for a lot of teams that maybe they're not great quarterbacks now, but maybe one day they could be. Do you think Justin Fields falls under that category?
I don't think so. I think that he has some tools. I'm trying to be positive here. I think he has some tools, and there are times when he flashes, but I think even when he came out, there were some question marks whether his skill set would translate to the NFL. Whereas the other guys, I think it was an easier transition, or it was an easier projection. And based on what we've seen from Justin Fields, I just don't know. I feel like he's suited to be a very good backup. And I will also say it's not fair to have to play with the Jets for anyone. You know what I mean? It's such a dysfunctional organization that there's a reason why careers die in the Meadowlands with the Jets. Like Sam Darnold was there. You know what I mean? There's a perfect example. When he was with the Jets, what was going on? He had mono, which is one of my favorite graphics of all time. Mono! This guy's got mononucleosis. He was sitting on the bench talking about seeing ghosts. I mean, he was an absolute mess, but also he projected much more cleanly to the NFL. Justin Fields never really did that. But what happens? Sam Darnold gets out of New York City or out of the Jets organization and becomes a better player. I think Aaron Rodgers had his taste last year, didn't want another taste of that, said, no, I'm getting out. And they didn't want him either. But, you know, it's organizations that are this dysfunctional can really be hard on anyone who plays within that organization. So maybe Justin Fields has a chance, but I don't know if I necessarily see it like I saw with those other guys.
I just think it's really tough to say because, like, think about some of these quarterbacks who are really good right now. Like, who imagined that Daniel Jones would have some of the best numbers in the NFL?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't see that. I thought that, hey, he's a decent quarterback who's a fast runner, but he's kind of missing that it factor. And maybe it's just a matter of fit. And maybe it takes a while for these guys to bounce around because, like we mentioned, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, and maybe the quarterback that projects like closest to that. Because remember, Sam Darnold was the first overall pick, if I'm not mistaken. Like when he was at USC, like people saw his skill and they're like, this guy is a projected NFL style quarterback. So maybe that would be more along the lines of like Caleb Williams. Like even if things don't work out in Chicago, like he has that type of skill set to be a very talented passer. And maybe he doesn't get it right in the first few years. But if he keeps getting the opportunities and maybe he bounces around and finds the exact right fit, he could be a really good quarterback as well. And listen, I'm not here to say that like he can't be a great quarterback this year.
Sure.
I'm just saying if we're looking for parallels, maybe Caleb Williams is the one that kind of fits that mold.
I'll say it. He's not going to be a good quarterback this year. He's playing with the Jets. The Jets are terrible. Not maybe in the future.
No, Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams. Oh, I thought you were talking about Justin Fields. I was like, I don't know. Caleb Williams is hit and miss. But also, I just want to point out when it comes to Sam Darnold, which is crazy to me, he's only 28. And for a quarterback in the NFL, you could play another 10, 12 years, which we see all the time now, and be an effective grade A starter. But doesn't it feel like he's been around for forever and he finally found his footing? He's only 28. But that's what happens with these quarterbacks who are so young and who have all of this potential. And then there's these high expectations. If you don't meet them, boom, you're discarded. But we're kind of seeing a renaissance a little bit where some of these guys who've been around, like you were talking about, once they've gotten their feet wet and once they learn the game and get a little more experience, then, okay, they're becoming really great NFL players. And maybe that can happen for Justin Fields, but not this year. Well, it is time to see where we stand on our rankings of the top 5 teams in the NFL before we get week 8 underway. So let's find out who has the power this week.
Jenks and Chelsea tell you who has the power.
There's a power struggle.
After the weekend in the NFL.
Best team ever!
Best team ever. Who's it going to be, Chelsea? We'll start with you. You can go from 1 to 5, 5 to 1. Let's hear the power rankings.
Power rankings. All right, so this one is based on numbers, and I feel like I can't keep overlooking the Indianapolis Colts. So with another win, we're going to rank the Colts number 1 in the league, at least according to some of these metrics. They have the best scoring margin in the NFL. They have one of the best run games in the NFL. Jonathan Taylor looks like he is back to his old self. Daniel Jones is looking amazing as well and making these incredible throws. And Shane Steichen is looking like the coach of the year. So I'm going to go Colts at number 1. Next up at number 2, we're going to go with the Lions. Good luck stopping Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh,
I mean, that guy looks like
seriously.
he's a cartoon character. And then what you saw with the defense, even when they were down a bunch of guys on the secondary, still putting the clamps down on the Bucs. I don't want to overreact too much to that game, and that's why we have the Bucs at 3. It is very upsetting that Mike Evans is now on IR. He's going to be out for the foreseeable future, but I still like the Bucs. We have seen what Baker Mayfield can do, even with 4th, 5th, and 6th string receivers. They still have a good run defense. I'm not going to overreact too much to one game. Number 4, going to go with the Patriots. Really like what we've seen from Mike Vrabel and Drake May. And what we see from this offense is the potential to get even better, because I think Drake May is still such a young guy that, you know, he can still improve for the rest of the season. And it just feels like they have that it factor where they're playing with so much confidence. And then number 5, this feels a little disrespectful. Maybe I should put the Chiefs a little higher, but the Chiefs round out my top 5 because it does feel like the offense is all the way back. Now that Rashee Rice is back, and plus, this is power rankings for the regular season. If this was like, hey, who do I want to put Super Bowl bets on? This would be a little different because obviously the Chiefs have the pedigree. They have been there and done that and proved themselves in the postseason. But it's a regular season power ranking list for me, so I'm going to go Chiefs at number 5.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Oh, Dylan says he needs these in the rundown. Yeah, I probably should have done that. My bad. All right, here's what we're going to do.
Build the suspense.
Yeah, I didn't want anybody seeing my power rankings. Don't copy mine. And I put my notes in there as well. So here we go. Number 1, Chiefs. God. Like, so tired of the Chiefs. But the Chiefs are great. They're great again. Make the Chiefs great again. Ugh. All right, they're great. They're number one. I'm not worried about their record. They look the part. They look motivated. Travis Kelce, like you said in the offseason, I'm not going out like that. I'm moving the Lions to 2 because the Lions they look like a powder keg on offense, and now defensively, at least we saw that against the Bucs, like they were down a couple guys in the secondary and still looked really good. So you have a defense now that maybe rises up to match that offense, and they're going to be really, really good. And I'm not going to punish them for a loss in Green Bay to start the season and then going to Kansas City and losing to a very good Chiefs team. Then you have the Colts. The Colts I am finally in on the Colts. Like, for a while there, I thought, I don't know. It's Danny Dimes. You know what I mean? When you have that reputation or you have that narrative, it's hard to break through that narrative. But I feel like that you can't argue with the results, like Bill Parcells says. You know, you are what your record says you are, you know? And so that's telling us the Colts are really good. Eagles got off the schneid last week. A.J. Brown, 2 touchdowns. If they can put it together on offense, they're obviously mega talented. I'll move them to 4. And then the Bucs at 5. Last week, the Bucs were at 1, and I almost dropped them out of the mix. So I can't move them from number 1 to out of the top 5. So I think they're probably somewhere between 3 and 5. I know you have them at 3. I'm going to go Bucs at 5.
You know who had a precipitous fall? The Chargers.
Oh,
Like,
they
obviously,
sure
I
did.
was doing research for Thursday Night Football, but, like, what the hell happened? Like, I thought they were supposed to be contending for the AFC West, and now their defense looks bad. The run blocking is atrocious. Chargers, you're chargering.
Remember they were just, that 1 week for the Chargers was awesome. They had a great week.
That 1 week.
That 1 week, man, nobody looked better than the L.A. Chargers for a week. So things can change so quickly in the NFL. Coming up next, we're not done because tonight, speaking of the Chargers, we get Thursday Night Football. The Vikings out in L.A. We'll preview that, look at some props as well. That's coming up next. It is on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on Thursday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's a Thursday here on the Daily Tip, which means we have Thursday night football. We'll give you all the bets to make. And Chargers and Vikings coming up in this segment at 7:20. We go to basketball. The NFL or the NBA is officially back. And until the World Series starts, I will have to be betting on some basketball. So we will run down the best bets of the night in the association, including maybe a play in the finals rematch between the Thunder and Pacers squaring off tonight. All coming up next here on the Daily Tip. All right, Jank, so the big news here in Nashville, and this was a huge hot button issue for local sports talk radio, is the fact that the University of Tennessee baseball coach, Tony Vitello, is going to manage the San Francisco Giants. And so this has been a rumor for the last 2 weeks, and it has been like a lot of fodder for talk on the radio. And some people kind of theorize that he's not actually going to go there. He's doing this to maybe get a better contract with Tennessee, because if you don't follow college baseball, Tony Vitello has been the face of the franchise for Tennessee, leading them to a College World Series. He is a very fiery and passionate coach, because I keep wanting to say manager, but in the college ranks, it's coach. And so it was wild to some people that somebody who was so invested in a program was willing to jump ship. And it was wild to me, because when you think about this on the surface, you say, okay, coaching kids in college baseball feels very different to me than managing Major League Baseball players.
Yeah.
Because think about how different the salaries are, the ages are. So I feel like Tony Vitello kind of has his work cut out for him, but we'll see. This is not something that we see very often. We were just saying this. There's not many other coaches who have done this. I think back in the 80s, Dick Hauser went from Florida State to the Yankees or somebody, but it's been a while. Mm-hmm. And I think Tony Vitello is actually the first head coach of a college team that goes directly to a manager spot in the big leagues. Because I think Dick Hauser maybe spent some time in the minors. How do you think this is going to work out for Tony V?
I think it's going to be interesting. It's an interesting experiment is how I look at it.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that is different clearly between college and the pros is recruiting. Tony Vitello has been a great recruiter. And obviously you can recruit to a point hey, if you're a free agent, here's the sell. But it's not like you're just bringing in guys. He's a professional. So it's different. And you can overcome a lot of warts if you're a coach or manager just by out-talenting people. We see that with the Dodgers, right? All the time, where, there might be a mistake that Dave Roberts makes, but it doesn't matter because he has more talent than anyone else on his roster. So I'm not saying that Vitello doesn't know what he's doing. He certainly does. But I'm saying because of that transition, how is he going to fare when he doesn't have an inherent talent advantage? And also, your message that resonates with college kids will be different than the resonation you may get with a pro athlete, right? Because talking to grown men is different than talking to college kids. So can you adjust the message in a way that still has the same impact? There's no questioning his credentials, but it is a risk because there's just so many differences between the two games, or at least at the levels.
Well, and especially because of his personality type.
Yeah.
Because, Jenks, I don't know if you followed, Tennessee baseball, but, I think people outside of the state of Tennessee kind of hate Tennessee baseball. They're extremely loud, extremely cocky. They're always arguing with the umpires. So it's one of those things where I feel like that personality almost plays better with younger guys because think about 18 to 22-year-old men. I feel like they kind of want to be riled up and they kind of like that like macho energy.
Right.
But like think about if you're managing guys who are making like $200 million and like I'm not sure what the exact numbers on the salary is. Tony Vitello is not going to be making that type of money. So it just feels like he used to be like the big man on campus. And now it feels like he's going to have to take a step back to where he is not going to be the biggest personality in the clubhouse.
I think that's a really good point because the biggest personalities are going to be the players, right? And that's another transition.
Right.
And also there's ego involved. You know, if you're one of those guys who is a macho, sort of alpha type and you like being the big dog, well, guess what? The big dogs in the major leagues is not you. Like when you think of Major League Baseball players, it's the guys on the field. So can you make that adjustment as well? I always find it fascinating when, skippers, managers, coaches, whatever, like how do you make sure your message gets across to a grown-ass man, particularly when things are going awry, when things aren't going well? Like if you're recruiting a bunch of guys and you're always winning, the message always works because winning cures everything. But when things go bad, can you make sure you get across your message to a clubhouse full of professionals? It's going to be different, and he'll have to make that transition. So he knows the game, but can he be as successful with so many changes? I don't know. That's why we don't see this a lot. So it's definitely a roll of dice.
I think the biggest difference between like college and pros, like other than like schematically, is you're managing personalities. Like I remember very early on, like when I was starting in this career, I read a bunch of books by like, all the best coaches. And I think it was Six Rings or whatever it was by Phil Jackson. And Phil Jackson talked about this because like think about the NBA. Like the NBA is like the starkest example of this to where it's not just about basketball. You are managing personalities and how they play together. So I'm not saying that the San Francisco Giants are going to resemble the 90s Lakers or the 2000s Lakers. But like, I think that is the difference in the pros and in college. But I will say if there's one man who has done it pretty well, it is Jim Harbaugh. He has done it in the college ranks. Harbaugh. He's done it in the college ranks, and now he's doing it with the Chargers. But I'll say this. The Chargers look to be one of the darlings of the NFL coming into this season. But they've kind of fallen off as of late. Like, I wanted to believe in the Chargers, but their defense has been a little shoddy over the last few weeks. But they are favored tonight in Thursday night football. Vikings, Chargers at home in this one. 3.5-point favorites, total of 44.5. So, Jenks, when you first saw this game, what did you get from your initial read?
Well, my initial read is that first of all, I'm not crazy about this game. I need to throw that out there. But I kind of like the Vikings, but then I have to trust Carson Wentz. I think that was my first thought was, hey, I like the Vikings. Oh, yeah, it's Carson Wentz. But also, I think the key in this game is going to be the Chargers defense or lack thereof. Like this looked like a complete team early on. The Chargers were really good. And then they suffered injuries. The Joe Alt injury was massive after losing Rashawn Slater. But also, I think Joe Alt's going to play tonight. That's going to be a boon for that Chargers offense. He's going to try and go. It looks like he will. So that's huge for them. But the defense has started to fall apart. Over the past 3 weeks, they've given up at least 27 points in each and every game. Now they have one of the worst rushing defenses in the National Football League. So I feel like if you're the Vikings, you don't want the football in the hands of Carson Wentz. But it doesn't matter because they can hand it off to Jordan Mason and have success on the ground because the Chargers have not played well defensively over the past month or so. And I think if you're getting the hook here, that's the key. So I'm going to be on the Vikings.
I think the bottom line for me is that if there's ever a spot for Carson Wentz to succeed, this is it. Like you mentioned, the Chargers defense has not been great, giving up at least 27 points in each of their last 3 games. And one of those games was to the Dolphins. So it's not like they've been playing a murderer's row of great offenses. Like, okay, you gave up 38 to the Colts. We'll let that one slide. But it's a Chargers team that has had some major injuries. Like you said, though, I will say the good news is this. Joe Alt might be returning. Trey Pipkins might be returning. So that should help the passing game. So some of this depends on how much you believe in Justin Herbert and if he can will this team to a win. Because the defense is not going to be great. The run blocking for the Chargers has not been great. in the recent stretch as well. And that's why you're seeing really high props when it comes to Justin Herbert and his passing numbers. Like, Jenks, we play a lot of passing props, or we at least look at them each and every week. 273 is really high. And so is 268 for Carson Wentz. So I'm looking at this total of 44.5, and I'm saying, okay, do we just not believe in these teams in the red zone? Because I think both these teams will have a good chance to score some points.
I think so, too. So I don't know how I feel about a total here, but maybe I lean to the over. The Vikings had issues in the red zone last week, but also they were taking on the Eagles. So they're not going to have nearly as many problems, I think, with the Chargers. So when you're looking at passing totals that high for these two guys, Herbert I get because the Chargers have all sorts of injuries in the backfield, right? Their top two running backs are out. So the onus might be on Herbert to try and win this game for LA. But when you see Carson Wentz's number that high, then you think, what kind of game is this going to be? And he can, look, he's not terrible. So I need to reframe this, right? He's a very good backup quarterback. As far as backups go, you could do worse than a guy who started, for the Eagles early in his career and then kind of fell off a little bit. You could do worse, absolutely. But I do think when you see a total this high, when you're looking at his passing yardage prop, it makes me think, this is not exactly how I think this game is going to go, or not what I initially thought, and maybe we'll be surprised tonight and we see a lot of points.
I just think, like, a lot of betting is like reading. Like, you can kind of tell what the odds makers think the game plan is going to be. So I think the odds makers saying, okay, Justin Herbert is going to have to take this team on his shoulders. So for me, I say maybe I don't want to play a side or a total. Maybe we will go to props, because if you think Justin Herbert's going to sling it, you look to the receivers maybe, because, the number on Justin Herbert is still pretty high, like 273.5. Like, that's a big number. Maybe we go to some of the top receivers. And I love a good target share king and the guys that get all of the targets. Keenan Allen had 14 targets last week and 119 yards receiving on 11 catches. Ladd McConkey had 15 targets and 67 yards. I think what was missing last week for Ladd McConkey is that normally he hauls in like one long reception that kind of boosts his numbers. But I think if you want to play either of those receivers, I think those are good plays. Ladd McConkey, 56.5. I need to look up what Keenan Allen's is. Let's see. Receiving yards, 48.5. These seem really low.
I know.
Keenan Allen's averaging 62 yards per game. I feel like I got to go with Keenan Allen here.
I think do you worry a little bit that it's a little too low, where it's almost a trap? Like, it seems obvious, doesn't it? Like, he's going to crush this. I will say, though, if he's going to look for anyone, Justin Herbert, it's going to be Keenan Allen. And also, isn't it remarkable how Keenan Allen left and was okay, but then he comes back to L.A. and he plays for the Chargers, and all of a sudden he's Keenan Allen again? Like, for some reason, he just fits within that organization, has that great chemistry with Justin Herbert. I don't mind the number. It just kind of scares me that it's abnormally low.
I just don't understand where the disconnect is, where Justin Herbert's passing yard is 273. So you're like, okay, who are those yards going to? So I think, you look at the targets, because that is the best projector of like who's going to get the most opportunity. And Justin Herbert's somebody who relies heavily on those two guys. Like, again, Keenan Allen, 14 targets last game.
Yeah.
Ladd McConkey, 15 targets. And Gadsden had 9. And then Quentin Johnson had 6. So, like, there's a pretty big drop-off. So it doesn't seem to me like Justin Herbert is somebody who's going to, like, pass the ball around. Like, when you are somebody who needs to win games, and I'm not saying that the Chargers are desperate. Like, they're 4-3. But still, it's the NFL. This is a primetime game at home, and one that you have a good shot of winning. This is when you rely on the top dogs. Like, you're not relying on Trey Harris or, Will Dissly. I think if it's me, I'm relying on the guys that brought you there. And that is, Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen. Would not shock me if Ladd McConkey has a big game, but I do think both those guys are definitely worth a look. Yeah.
And also when you look at a game like this, especially in primetime, you focus on the bigger names, right? And so I understand that the guys who aren't necessarily in the spotlight, sometimes you can find value on them because public bettors, casual bettors aren't rushing to the market to bet these lesser names. At the same time, though, the risk you run is that they're not going to be as consistent with their production because they aren't the stars. So that's kind of the trade-off there.
Yeah, and speaking of stars, I think Justin Jefferson's probably worth. And I know people are like, what a square plane, Chelsea. But listen, when you have these backup quarterbacks come on, like, they know their job. Like, they're trying to get it to their number one as well. And Justin Jefferson has had quite a stretch: 79, 123, 126, 75, and 81 yards in his last 5 games. His receiving prop is 80.5 tonight. He's somebody who can go well over that. And if we think both these quarterbacks are piling up the passing yards, I'm betting on Justin Jefferson too. All right, coming up next, time to talk about this league, man. The NBA continues tonight. What we're betting on, it's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, let's get it going. On a Thursday, it is October 23rd. You're listening to the Daily Tip. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite NBA bets of the night. And Jenks, I think we spent like most of yesterday's show on our NBA segment complaining about the injury report. But like, come on, man. It's like a CVS receipt. And it was the first day of the season for some of these teams. Maybe we won't complain as much about that today. But I won't complain about this. Inside the NBA is officially back. It's now on a new home on ESPN. And of course, the guys were back and as good as usual. But I keep thinking about this. We live in an era of cancel culture. And many great names have fallen to the mob for something that they have said. But for some reason, Charles Barkley continues to say like cancelable things. But he doesn't get canceled. Why do you think that is?
I think it's two-pronged. Number one is that he's done this forever, so it doesn't have the shock value that it would. Like if I said something really off color or crazy, you'd be like, whoa, like that's not like him. So it would stand out more. And then also he's Chuck. Like there's something warm and lovable about his personality that even if he says something that you disagree with, or even if he's being provocative, he's so affable that he just kind of gets away with it. You know, it's kind of like an old guy, and Chuck's getting up there. I think he's 61 now. But, you know, it's like the time Lee Corso, remember when he had the Houston Cougars headgear? F it, and threw it. A lot of people be canceled for that. For Corso, it's like, Corso. Hilarious. You know, you get to the point, it's like, well, they've been around, you know their reputation, you know who they are, so who cares? And I think that's why.
I think it's because you're right. He's extremely likable. Yeah. And also, this just feels authentic because he has been doing this for such a long time. Wasn't he the guy that said, I am not a role model? Like when he was playing in the NBA?
Yes. He threw a guy through a plate glass window, I believe, when he was in Phoenix. Like, Chuck was a wild man. People forget that. You know, when people have such long histories, you kind of forget parts of their story. Like, Chuck was wild and would not take any crap from anybody. You know, he played in the 80s, for God's sakes. I believe he played with Dr. J with the Sixers early in his career. Like, think about that for a second. You're like, wait a second, what? Right. Yeah, Julius Erving. Charles Barkley played with Dr. J. Am I making that up? I need to double check that. I'm almost positive he did. Like early in his career when it was the tail end of Dr. J's career. So that's crazy to think about. Am I making that up? I need to double check that.
Well, we need a fact checker.
Yeah.
But like in the meantime, like I get what you mean by that because they will show highlights of Charles Barkley and you're like, I forgot he could dunk.
Right.
Like you look at him now and you're like, this guy used to be athletic. Like, he looks so, like, svelte and in shape back when he was in the NBA. And he's never been a skinny guy.
Right.
But, like, you look at him now and you're like, oh, like, that slob over there who's gambling on things and making fun of San Antonio women. And you're like, this guy used to be really good at basketball. And it's, like, funny to think because now that is the viewpoint that I think most people have him. But he used to be really athletic.
Yes. Dr. J and Charles Barkley played for 3 seasons together. Think about that for a second. You would never think that. What's that?
That feels like a burn that they should be using on Inside the NBA.
He played with Dr. J. That's crazy. But that's how long Chuck's been around. But you're right. When he came into the league, the round, mound, or rebound, he was a force. A force. Like Chuck could play. And that's the one thing that I think gets lost in watching him because sometimes he's kind of a caricature, but I think unlike a lot of people, he hasn't outgrown his personality. Like he's still very authentic. He's so effervescent. Like he just radiates personality, right? You always want to hear what he has to say. And because of the back and forth that they have on that show, you forget, oh, by the way, Charles Barkley was a damn good basketball player. It's just that for the past 20 years, 20, 25 years, all we've seen is him yucking it up and doing a fantastic job with Ernie and Shaq or Kenny, whoever it has been over the course of time. But Chuck could play. There's no question about it. They razz him about not having a ring, but that's really not on him because he played during the Jordan era. Like Michael Jordan denied a lot of great players rings, and Chuck was one of them.
Right. And it's crazy to me that they have not even just one of those type of players who are like Hall of Fame worthy and also a personality hire. They also have Shaq. You know, so it's crazy to me that it is very hard to find like former really good players who are so good at broadcasting and being so likable, and they have two of those guys. Yeah. And so I think that's part of why like Inside the NBA is so hard to replicate, because obviously you have the built-in respect of like, hey, you can't challenge these guys on basketball knowledge, but at the same time, like they're going to make you laugh like stand-up comedians. So I am very excited that Inside the NBA has not been touched. It felt like it was like the same iteration that we saw on TNT. So I'm excited about that. And we didn't have a large helping of Stephen A. Smith, which I was happy about as well.
Oh, thank God. Yes. And now we're seeing Stephen A. delve into politics too. Like, oh my God. I won't go down that road, but he's sort of trying to do it all now, you know, and not just do sports, but you'll see him in political forums. Like this guy wants to run for president one day. So yes, I'm glad that we stuck with the guys we know and love. And that ESPN, I'll give credit to ESPN because they did not mess with that show, or seemingly haven't yet, right? They let those guys stay in their own world because, and they said that, right? Remember at the end of their final broadcast on TNT, they were like essentially saying like, don't F with us. Let us do what we do. And to ESPN's credit, they did that last night.
Yeah. And it feels like our voices matter because I think so many people are saying this on social media. They're like, hey, you know, what we're saying is actually making a difference. And a perfect example of that is that, Jinx, I don't know if you saw this, but they are going to put the championship trophy logo on center court during the finals this year. This was a huge deal to people of the internet. So the NBA heard your pleas, and that will be happening. And speaking of the championship, we have a finals rematch tonight between the Thunder and the Pacers. Now, granted, it's going to look a little different because obviously Tyrese Halliburton will not be playing for the Pacers. So Oklahoma City, 7.5-point road favorites here. 231.5 is your total. The Thunder looked like an absolute wagon in their first game of the year, but it went to double overtime. So I think my first read on this game is that, do you think this will be a letdown spot for the Thunder, or do you say it is the second game of the season and this is a finals rematch?
I think it's a letdown spot for the Thunder, is what I think. I saw this, and normally I write down notes, and I was like, not today. I'm just going off the top of my head when it comes to the NBA because I've got someone who's going to carry me, and her name is Hoops. Here's the thing.
For those of you wondering, that is me.
That's Chelsea. We just named her for today only, because nobody likes a nickname that they don't really want. So I'm just giving you a hard time. But 7.5, I feel like that the line is saying, oh my God, yeah, you know, the Pacers are without Tyrese and the Thunder, and then the world champions. Oh, it's going to be a blowout. I don't think so. The one thing about the Pacers that I think went underappreciated last year was how much depth that they had in the postseason and how effective that depth was, right? It was a different guy coming off the bench, you know, stepping up, playing well, in addition to Tyrese. So when you look at this roster, it's still a really deep and talented roster. And I think you have a guy in Rick Carlisle who knows how to coach these guys. They know what is at stake this season, that it's going to be a bit of a letdown because Ty isn't there, but they can still play. And also, even with the day off, going to double overtime against the Rockets in game one, I can't help but think there's going to be a natural letdown. They had the ring ceremony, and it was back and forth. That felt like a finals game. And so despite the rest, I just feel like we're not giving Indiana enough credit here.
Well, and plus, like 7.5 points feels like a lot to me.
Yeah.
And I do think I need to like rearrange my brain to betting on the NBA because, you know, it's a different skill set when you're used to betting on like baseball and football, to where like points aren't always at a premium. Because like think about these totals. Like sometimes you're like, oh, 7.5 points is a lot. But some of these games kind of trend towards blowouts at the end. You know, guys make free throws and, you know, it just devolves into chaos. But I do think I would still lean towards the Pacers here. And I do think we need a refresher course on who is starting for the Pacers, because I thought this very thing. So I'm sure there are other people out there wondering, like, who even plays for the Pacers? So we've got Andrew Nembhard, Benedict Mathurin, Aaron Nesmith, Pascal Siakam. All 4 of those guys played in the finals, big part of it. Isaiah Jackson's going to start at center. And this is what's upsetting to me, that the Pacers let Miles Turner walk, especially to the Bucks, a team that they hate. Because here's the thing, like, you couldn't do anything about Tyrese Halliburton. He's hurt. But, like, Miles Turner, like, you could have kept him. You could have spent some money. You're a team that just went to the NBA Finals. How about trying to keep some of that momentum? But I do think you're right in that a lot of these guys have been continuously underrated. And, like, speaking of underrated, Pascal Siakam is a good number 1 for the Pacers. So I think they can keep it within 7.5. And I think it's going to be an exhausting season for the Thunder because they're going to get everyone's best effort every single night.
Yes. And so it's amazing that transition that you sort of watch in real time, because 2 years ago we're doing this show and we're like, oh, the Thunder are close. They're really close. They're maybe a year away. They're maybe a year away. And then, all right, it's their year. Like, it's their year, and now they're the champs. So they've gone from that team that are hunting down a title to the hunted. And there's no question that when you're the world champs, I mean, it brings people out. Teams are going after you, and you get an effort that maybe you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. So they're going to be, that team with a target on their back all season long. And particularly with the Pacers, like, the Pacers are going to be motivated here. You know what I mean? Especially without Ty. I know it's not going to be the same, but they're still going to want a little bit of something if they can get it. 7.5 just feels way too big.
Right. I'm sure it didn't feel good losing in the NBA Finals for these guys. So if anybody's going to be motivated, it's certainly going to be the Pacers. And I just think it's one of those things where it's difficult to keep your motivation if you're a team like a Thunder where your biggest goal is the postseason. Right. And I understand, like, the NBA is a long season, and the postseason feels like its own mini season. And again, like, if you're getting people's best effort every single night, it is going to be a gauntlet for the Thunder this season. But I will say the Thunder are a deep team as well. So if anybody can keep up that pace, it's probably the Thunder. I'm just saying 7.5. All right, Jenks, elsewhere, we Nuggets and the Warriors laying 1.5 total of 232.5. This is going to be Denver's first game of the year. We know the Warriors have already played in a big primetime game against the Lakers. Jimmy Butler was big in that one. Warriors home favorites here. But I feel like anytime I see the Nuggets, I'm like, well, is Nikola Jokic playing? They have a chance.
I mean, I think Denver is in for a huge season, actually. I mean, the Joker is as good as it gets. That's a guy I just love watching play because he's kind of like Wemby. Well, okay, let me reframe that. Their body types are completely different, obviously. But when you see them based on their body type, they have such differing styles, but they play in ways that you would never anticipate based on how they look, is what I'm trying to say. So I think he's going to have a monster season. I think Christian Braun is going to be great this year. He continues to grow in that lineup. And also, I don't know if there's going to be that letdown spot necessarily for the Warriors taking on the Lakers 2 games ago or 2 nights ago because LeBron wasn't there, obviously. But I feel like the Nuggets are just a touch undervalued going into this season. They could really surprise, and I know it sort of felt like last year maybe was their window maybe because, you know, they had some changes and they're getting a touch older. But I still think the Nuggets are a real threat, you know, to win a title. Whenever you have a guy like Nikola Jokic, you're always going to be that way. Jamal Murray's still there. They're well coached. So, yeah, I like the Nuggets here.
I do too, and I think that Nikola Jokic, I'm not sure what his minutes are going to look like because it's the first game of the season. And again, some of these teams who have like bigger goals, like obviously it's the first game of the season, they're not going to ride him too hard. But his splits were really good against Golden State last year. And think about it, Golden State is not a team that is, you know, predicated on having a great front court. Last year, Nikola Jokic averaged 35.5 points in 2 games against Golden State. That is the 3rd best mark of any of his splits against any other team, with the exception of like the Wizards. I think he averaged 48 points against them, but like the Wizards defense is just terrible all around. So like my point being is that matchup wise, when your best player has some of his best splits against this specific team, he is going to be a huge difference maker in this game. And once he gets going, it's very hard to stop him. So matchup-wise, I feel like this is a tough one for Golden State. But we know Golden State has a good home court environment. But like Nikola Jokic don't care. He's going to play great no matter where he is.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. He's as good as he gets. And also, I have to say, us talking about this is actually getting me pumped for the NBA. You know, about a week ago, I was like, wake me up mid-season, and now I'm kind of jacked.
Look at us. Look at the motivation. We're inspiring. All right. Coming up next, we go to our survivor picks in the NFL. Who's going to win outright? A very simple question, but sometimes it's not so easy. Next on the Daily Tip.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, find out who'll survive when the Daily Tip crew lets you know their favorite survivor picks for the NFL. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. It's Thursday. It's the Daily Tip, and in a few minutes, we'll get to our survivor picks for this week in the NFL. All right, Jenks, I'm not going to lie. It's only been a few days, but I'm already thinking to myself, is baseball season over? Like, did the World Series get canceled? Why is there such a long layoff? Like, where is baseball? Yeah. I feel like they had all of this momentum coming off of Game 7 and, like, the heroics from Shohei Ohtani, and now we're just sitting on our hands. And I understand it's tomorrow, but, like, it's been a long week without baseball. What are they doing? I feel like we could have done with a shorter layoff.
Yes, I agree. Doesn't the NBA do this too during the summer? It's the worst. D-Day's shaking his head like, yes, it takes forever. But baseball, well, I don't want to say they can't afford to do it. I just feel like baseball. I mean, they're
poor
fine.
Shohei. He's going to take a Southwest flight.
What's he going to do? What is Shohei going to do now? I don't know. The poor guy. But, you know, baseball is always, I feel like, trying to capture our attention, particularly in the middle of the NFL season, because this is such a football-focused country. But baseball used to be the sport. Now it's the NFL. And so baseball had such an incredible moment with Shohei, and the Mariners and Blue Jays was so good. It was such a great series. So, like, let's keep it going. And then there's just this, you forgot for a second. Like, oh, yeah, there's still the World Series. So I wish they would switch that up.
Yeah, they need to listen to us more, because I will give the NBA one thing, is that it does feel like the NBA actually listens to their fans. And they switch up things all the time, to the point they're like, oh, you guys want more jersey combinations? We're going to have 17 different uniforms for this team, and none of them are going to be the team colors. But baseball, it just feels like Rob Manfred's like, maybe we'll change some things. Okay, here you go. Here's pitch clock. All right, run along your way. That's all we're changing this year. And you know my other complaint about the World Series, that we no longer have steal a base, steal a taco from Taco Bell.
Oh.
Like, Taco Bell is doing all of these commercials. Like, they have tried to, like, make the foray into chicken. They're like, we're a chicken place and a taco place. Nobody wants that. We just want free tacos during the World Series.
Well, I agree. It's the simple pleasures.
You better.
Yeah. It's like, don't you go against me getting free taco. Nah. We need to tighten it up. No, I agree. Like, why? That's one of the simple things about sports that make it great. Like, little things like that where you don't even have to be a sports fan. You're like, yeah, I'll get behind the free tacos for sure.
Right. And, like, how much can a single taco cost? 22 cents?
Yes, correct. It's nothing.
Like, there's no way it costs more than 30 cents.
No.
Wait, like, have you seen that meat?
That's like a nickel.
Meat.
You know what I mean? It's not even meat. It's just like you wrap it in a tortilla and you're like, it's delicious. You can put anything in a taco and it's good. You throw enough cheese or guac or anything on it, salsa, and it's delicious. So you can make those things dirt cheap and they're still great.
They don't even melt the cheese, and I still come back for more. They're like, here's some, like, lettuce that's not even green. It's like white. We're going to put some cheese on top, but we're not going to melt it. And this is going to take 22 minutes to create your order. And you know what? I still come back to Taco Bell.
I will crush some Taco Bell. And when I get Taco Bell, I get it for the day. God, that's making me want Taco Bell. Maybe I'll get it today. I'll get it, and then I'll get enough to last me like another day or two.
Chelsea, do they have the Taco Bell cantinas in your part of the world?
No, that's way too fancy. We have the cantina menu where it's like the fancy tacos, but I think the cantina is what you're talking about. Don't those serve alcohol?
They be serving that drink.
And it's not just Baja Blast, which I will say is, I think when it comes to power ranking, like the unique drinks of like fast food restaurants, and not many of them have them, that has to be number one. Baja Blast is amazing.
I don't think I've ever had Baja Blast. I know that's blasphemy.
What?
It just seems too, I don't know, it seems kind of crazy to me.
You haven't
like, that's too much for this old guy. I got to keep with the basics. But I've heard that narrative before. Baja Blast is
narrative.
Well, just go to one of the cantinas around here, Jenks, and get tequila in it, and then you'll be good to go.
I will be good to go. That's a good idea. Why not? Got nothing to lose.
And this segment should be sponsored by Taco Bell. And I do think it's funny we're going to our survivor picks next because sometimes that's how it feels after a night of Taco Bell. So let's get to our favorite plays outright in the NFL this week.
2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
There can be only one.
Who will survive?
Who will survive? Who needs the sounder? I can do that. All right, Jenks, who's going to win outright in the NFL this week? I know that you need to go try Baja Blast, but before you do, let's get a survivor pick. Who you got this week?
Well, I'm taking Chiefs. Whatever. Like, it's our Commanders. I say our D-Day's here. I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to be too defeatist here, but this line has gone from 8.5 to 12.5. It's moved 4 points because now Marcus Mariota is going to play on Monday night. Commanders are kind of a mess right now. I love them, but this is the Chiefs all the way.
That was sad. Like, I feel like we need to insert a picture of like a puppy, like
Give me
eating
a
peanut
Baja
butter or
Blast.
something.
Yeah.
God, just killed the vibes. But I get it. And here's the thing. If the Chiefs had more wins on this season, I would say, hey, sometimes the Chiefs sandbag, but it feels like they're at a juncture in their season where they still need to win games. So I think that they will be up and ready for this game, and they will not be playing around when it comes to that game against the Commanders. So I would have used the Chiefs this week, but I used them last week. So I have to go to another huge favorite. So the biggest line of the week, the Colts 14-point favorites over my Tennessee Titans. And listen, I'm not going to be sad about it because, I understand you had high hopes for your Commanders. I didn't have high hopes for the Titans. Titans are terrible. We fired our head coach. Cam Ward is decent, but he has no pieces around him. Offensive line is trash. So you take the Colts, who have the best scoring margin in the entire NFL, and they're playing the Titans, who are one of the worst teams in the NFL. It feels like very simple math. Sometimes I'm not a huge fan of taking divisional rivals, but this doesn't feel like a rivalry. So I'm going to go with the Colts. All right, David, you are next, good sir. And I like this pick. This is in my teaser. What's your pick this week?
I'm going to homer all over it and take the Atlanta Falcons over the Miami Dolphins. You have a head coach in Miami basically just putting down his starting quarterback. I would not be surprised if you see Quinn Ewers by the second half in this game. Atlanta's defense is extremely solid. I wouldn't be surprised if they have 2 to 3 picks by halftime. Yeah. So I'm taking Atlanta, and I think Bijan Robinson might have another one of those 200 yards from scrimmage kind of games as well.
We were watching, I think it was the highlights of Quinn Ewers. Me and Jake were sitting on the couch. We're like, oh, Quinn Ewers is playing. Sometimes he kind of throws rainbows, though. And what do you know? He threw a rainbow, and they showed him throwing an interception. Don't have great faith in the Dolphins. All right, Dylan, you're next. Who are you playing this week?
Yeah, I'm going with my Pats over the Browns. I think it's kind of funny. We're all either betting for or against our teams this week. It's all kind of homer-based, but again, I think at home, the Patriots are rolling right now. The Browns are one of the worst teams in the league. I think Vrabel can, muster up something defensively. He was involved with the Browns last year, so I don't think that's too much worth that much, but I do think the Patriots right now, the way Drake May is playing, are going to just destroy the Browns.
Yeah, it feels like if any indication is what you've seen from the quarterbacks this year, Drake May, Dylan Gabriel, these are not the same. All right, Den, I'm afraid that the vibes are going to be tanking after this one as well because you're a big Commanders fan, so I knew it took a lot for you to go against them.
So I'm going to take the Chiefs over the Commanders. Marcus Mariota, as Jenks mentioned, is starting at quarterback, not Jaden Daniels. We have no idea who's going to be playing wide receiver as of this current moment. And, oh, by the way, the Chiefs just happened to absolutely dominate the Las Vegas Raiders to the point where they might have had a running clock at some point in the game. I don't really know. It got over so quick. So I don't really have a lot of faith in the Commanders. Their defense sucks. End of point there. They're just not very good. They can't stop anybody. Travis Kelce might go crazy. So I bet some Travis Kelce props. And really, I'm just trying to happiness hedge a little bit here. So I'm going to keep dunking on my team. It would be a real shame if they pull off an upset. You know what I mean? It'd be a shame. But the likelihood of that happening is very slim. So I'm gonna take the Chiefs.
I know. That's basically what I'm doing with the Titans. But, like, if they win this game, which this season is meaningless for the Titans, if they win the one time I fade them in Survivor, I'm going to be mad. And listen, like, there's no point for the Titans to go, like, I don't know, like 2-15. So, like, let's just aim for the bottom. Let's just try to get another number one overall pick. But, Jenks, I did want you to clarify this a little bit because Den kind of led onto this as well.
Yeah.
Is that I think casual fans see the Commanders are like, oh, well, Jaden Daniels is hurt. Like, what do you expect? But I feel like the Commanders have had some, problems under the surface brewing for quite a while now. It's not just Jaden Daniels.
No, it's not. Well, number one is injuries, right? They've been really decimated, particularly at receiver. They're getting a little bit healthier, but they've never had their 3 starters on the field from the jump. But defense is the real problem for the Commanders right now. So they don't have good eye discipline. Guys are banged up, but they're allowing the explosive play. They don't really do anything well on defense, is what I'm trying to say here. Like, I'm trying to be diplomatic about it, but it doesn't matter whether it's stopping the run. It doesn't matter if it's late in games. It doesn't matter if it's stopping the pass. Like, they're just kind of broken on defense, which is why I think we could maybe see some new guys. There might be some changes schematically. I don't know what's going to take place, but when Dan Quinn is saying, I don't have the answer, we're going to look at everything, that tells you some big problems.
Did you say eye discipline?
Yes.
I don't think I've ever heard that.
Yes.
Is that like the distracted boyfriend meme?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Coaches use it all the time.
Yes. All right, coming up next, we get into Thursday Night Football, our best bets for Vikings and Chargers. It's after the break here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All clear.
grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thursday edition coming up. We get you all set for Thursday Night Football out at SoFi Stadium. The Vikings visiting the Chargers in 20 minutes. Back to the college game we go as we get some best bets from Ryan McIntyre from the Sports Gambling Podcast Network. And finally, Donkster time at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you guys with us on Stadium as well. We always stream our final hour, and you can do that on the Bally Sports Live app or at ballysportslive.com. We're also streaming on X. Tip of the cap. Hello, if you're tuning in for our final 60 minutes. Chelsea, tonight it is Thursday Night Football. Vikings, Chargers out in LA. The Chargers laying 3.5. The Chargers minus 185. Minnesota is plus 150, and the total is 44 and a hook. You excited about this game, or you're like, bring me the World Series, game 1, tomorrow?
Well, both can be true because
No,
I am
it's true.
certainly very ready for some World Series baseball. But I don't know. I think it's interesting because the Chargers are so fascinating to me. The fact that they look like one of those teams that were going to be one of like the betting darlings coming into the season this year just because they had a lot of talent. You know, Justin Herbert is one of those quarterbacks where it feels like we are always seeing the potential in him. And plus, like, the Chargers defense was good to start the season. They start the year with a big win over the Chiefs. But like the last 3 weeks, their defense has given up at least 27 points in all 3 of those games. And one of those games was against the Dolphins, which I don't know if you've checked in on the Dolphins lately, but that is a dumpster fire of a team. So it's interesting to me what we will see from the Chargers tonight.
Man, I don't know. They haven't fallen off. Well, they have fallen off. I mean, it hasn't been this drop to the bottom of the NFL, but that's just how quickly things can change in the National Football League. Weren't we both just crazy hot on the Chargers? I know I was. To start the year, they look so good and so complete, and now they're having some injury issues, but the defense has fallen off. I like the Vikings tonight, plus the 3.5, but I will say it's just a perfect barometer for the NFL to see how quickly things can change, which is why it's always in sports and in sports betting, it's always important not to overreact because we never really know until later on in the season. I know we always hammer home the idea of sample size, but this is why, because now the Chargers, okay, favorites in this game, but they don't look like the team that we saw a few weeks ago.
No. And I mean, they're still 4-3, so there is still time left in the season for them to correct the ship and, you know, shore up some things because some of it has been due to injuries. And we do have some injuries on the offensive line that might be better tonight. Trey Pipkins and Joe Alt are both probable for tonight, so that would be a huge help for Justin Herbert and pass blocking. The run blocking has been terrible for the Chargers, but it's still a team with a lot of potential. But it's just funny to me how I think people really want to believe in other teams in the AFC West who are not named the Kansas City Chiefs. And it feels like every year we look like idiots. We're like, oh, did you see the AFC West this year? Russell Wilson went to the Broncos. The Broncos are going to be the team. The Broncos were not the team. So this year, a lot of people are like, oh, look at the Broncos defense. You know, look at the Chargers and Justin Herbert. And what do you know? The Chiefs still look like the best team in the NFL. And, you know, they don't even have that good of a record. It's one of those things where I think we are clamoring for some change in the AFC West. And it just doesn't feel like it's going to happen.
Man, weren't we thinking we were going to get that this year? Some competitiveness, finally, in the division. Like maybe it's up for grabs. And once again, They're back. The Chiefs are back. Okay. They look great. I'm so thrilled about playing them on Monday night. Like I'm going to be in the game. D-Day, how pumped are you that the Chiefs are coming to town?
I can't wait. So excited. Commanders haven't won at Arrowhead, I don't know, ever.
Oh, God.
Great.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be
Vibes are great. It's
yeah,
fine.
Vibes are great. Also, we do have some breaking sports news that we do need to get in here before we continue talking about Thursday Night Football. So, Terry Rozier, guard for the Miami Heat, has been arrested by the FBI as part of a sports betting investigation. So, remember back in 2023 when Rozier was playing for the Hornets, there was some really unusual betting activity on a game between the Hornets and the Pelicans game. That was on March 23rd of 2023, and a ton of money and a ton of bets came in 46 minutes on a bunch of unders for Rozier's totals. So his lawyer said he had been cleared based on an FBI investigation, said that a few months ago, but now things have clearly changed. So Rozier now, again, plays for the Miami Heat, did not play last night against the Magic, but he has been arrested, taken into custody, and the Eastern District of New York and the FBI will hold a press conference at 10 a.m. today to announce more arrests and to have more information. So just a quick break from football. This is massive news because it looked like he was cleared, and now clearly that is not the case.
Yikes. Yikes is the word that I would use, especially, you know, if you're Adam Silver and the commissioner of the NBA, and we're seeing all these partnerships with sports books. And he even went on, I think it was some show yesterday, was talking about how we need to pull back on props. Like maybe this had something to do with it. I don't know if he was aware of this, but I think the worst part of it is that Terry Rozier is not a nobody. It's one thing when you see like Michael Porter Jr.'s brother or, you know, whatever his name is, you know, when you see somebody who barely plays in the NBA and you're like, okay, I can understand why the money would be tempting. But like Terry Rozier's made a lot of money in the NBA.
Yeah.
And so it's wild to me that he would still have, which we should clarify, allegedly, he has not been proven guilty of anything just yet.
It's true.
That he would have the motivation to do this. And that's what's really shocking about this. And what could be very potentially dangerous is that it's not just like the nobodies, like Malik, who is it, Malik Beasley, who also like allegedly was involved in this as well. Like not the same one, but like he's not a nobody either. So like, I don't know. The NBA, I'm sure, is very nervous about this. And so we will see what they say, but this is definitely something to keep tabs on.
There's no question about it. And it's always amazing to me. I'm always blown away by athletes that try to sort of circumvent the rules. And look, we don't know if this has happened. He's been taken into custody, but he will get his day in court, or certainly he will have his own defense. So we're not, you know, accusing him of doing anything. The FBI is, but he hasn't been convicted of anything. But I will say, for the people that have been convicted or the people that have been proven to do this, like you just don't get away with it. Like you just can't. These programs now, these algorithms are so sophisticated. They go in specifically. There are companies that do nothing but monitor action like this. So while you think you might have a plan, or, oh, it's just a couple points, or, oh, you know, maybe I'll try to game the system by missing a shot, whatever it is, it's just the programs and the methods are so sophisticated to prevent this from happening that you're going to get busted.
And selfishly, I'm thinking the player props, I feel like, are the biggest problem, right? Aren't they the ones that are probably the easiest to manipulate? And like, that's my favorite thing to bet on. So I know this is people's livelihoods, but I'm like, but can I still bet on player props? Because there is a reason, like here in Tennessee, you can't even bet on college player props for this reason. Yeah. And like, I get it. Like college players might be more susceptible to like some of these money bribes or whatever, but I don't know. Like player props seem to be like the biggest issue.
Well, those are the ones that are just the easiest. All it takes. And here's the thing, you know, because some of these numbers are so small, and that's why a lot of times we'll see some of the guys involved where they're not big names and they think they can just kind of slide under the radar. Do you know what I mean? Like the prop could be 3.5 rebounds. Like who's paying attention to that? Well, someone is. You know, you miss a rebound or your point prop could be 4 points. You know what I mean? You miss one shot.
A free throw.
Yeah, it's a free throw. Who's going to pay attention to that? Yeah, someone's paying attention. But that's why, because all it takes is a single miss, a single missed opportunity. It's always the under too, right? It's never the over. It's always like the under. Like I just won't play, or you think I'm going to get a lot of minutes tonight. I'm not. I'm going to feign an injury, or look at that free throw just a little bit off. And those are the ones that when you see things like this, those are normally almost always what we see.
Yeah, but Jenks, you watch a lot of crime shows. I think the biggest part of this is how do you prove intent? Like if there is no paper trail, when somebody's just like, hey, I was just bad. Yeah. And like some of these guys have bad nights, and sometimes somebody will jack up a terrible shot. Like look at James Harden on some nights. You're like, some nights he looks like an all-star and some nights he looks like he shouldn't even be starting at the YMCA. So it's one of those things that how do you prove this if there is no paper trail?
Well, I think it's there's no paper trail, but there is a ton of circumstantial evidence is what it comes down to, right? So when it comes to this particular case, in 46 minutes, there was a surge of bets totaling $13,759 on Rozier's points, rebounds, and assists. So for a guy who isn't some sort of superstar to get that much action in such a short amount of time is really rare. You don't see it. So that was immediately flagged. So what happened in this game? What happened is Rozier played 10 minutes and then left the game because he said he had a foot injury. So sure, maybe he really did. But also maybe the reason why this money came in is because someone knew he was going to leave early and that was the intent. So yeah, you can't prove it. It's not like there's a body you can find, but there's a ton of circumstantial evidence surrounding this case, which does not look good.
Right. But I think if you get a good lawyer, wouldn't they just harp on that? They would just say, hey, this is circumstantial. Like, we're not guilty until proven innocent. There's not enough evidence. And you're like, hey, what if he actually got hurt? How can you prove he didn't have a twinge in his knee? It just feels like it's one of those things that we will see. And, conversely, I'm sure the U.S. government also has very good attorneys as well. But this is where you pony up and you use some of that money that you made in the NBA and get a good lawyer.
And the real key here, Chelsea, it's going to be the connection between Rozier and this professional sports bettor who made all of these bets, right? So they'll look at the data on his computer, phone, whatever it is. If they can find a link between the two, some sort of communication, I'm sure that's where the real guilt lies, if indeed he is guilty, right? Like if these two things happen in a vacuum, okay, it's not probable, but it's possible. But if they make a connection between these two things, then you'll see the intent, which will be, yeah, I'm placing this bet because I know you're going to leave early with a quote-unquote foot injury. So I think that is the real link that will possibly be revealed by the FBI. Again, Rozier, guilty, not innocent until proven guilty, but when the FBI steps in, that's clearly a bad sign. This is not just some sort of residual investigation by the NBA. These are the feds walking in.
Oh, absolutely. So we'll see what lawyer he gets. But my point being is that it doesn't matter if he did it. If they can't prove it, that is the thing. Because you look at some of these cases and people who have looked so guilty have walked away clean. We've seen it before. So I'm just saying, if you get a good lawyer.
You never know. And that's why we like the Vikings, I think, tonight, +3.5. I don't know. I think that's, the bigger story here. But before we go to break, because I know we started talking Vikings and Chargers, but this is breaking news, which is worthy of talking about. Do you have a play you want to throw out quickly? Because I know you love your props.
Yeah, I love player props. That's why this is important to me.
I know, right?
All right, so prop of the night. I think I'm going to go with either Keenan Allen or Ladd McConkey over their receiving props because you got to play somebody in the receiving game for the Chargers, because you look at Justin Herbert's passing prop and it's what, 273. So the books are counting on Justin Herbert to throw the ball in this one. So like those yards have to come from somewhere. And if you look at Keenan Allen, he's coming off like a career game, had 14 targets that last time around, over 100 yards receiving. And, you know, this defense of the Vikings has given up a ton of yards. They just gave up 183 to Devonta Smith.
I knew you'd get one in. Well done. Coming up next, back to the college game we go, and how we're feeling about some of the top 25 matchups on Saturday. We're going to chat with Ryan McIntyre from the College Experience podcast next. It is a daily tip on a BetMGM network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thank you, Emily. I might take my gal out dancing tonight. Cut a rug. All right. Ah, she's a swell gal. Maybe I'll marry her. Just entertaining myself over here. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm James. It's Chelsea. Wasn't your wedding really small? You've been married for how long now? 30 years? Been a while.
I think it's 11 years. I probably need to double check on that.
Good for you guys.
Yeah, one of these days, maybe I'll change my last name. I was thinking about it like when we first got married, and then I was like, I don't really want to go to the DMV. So people are like, are you taking a feminist stand? And you're like, no, I'm just kind of lazy. So I am still Chelsea Messenger. Maybe in like year 15, I'll be Chelsea Buchanan. Who knows? But I'm not taking a stand. I don't want to have to get a new license and like change everything. That feels very unfair. Because, like, think of all the things you would have to change if your last name changes. Like, your credit card, your bills. So, like, that's not a reward. Like, that feels very unfair. So, I ain't doing it.
Nah, I don't blame you. Catherine was asking me, because I don't think she's going to change her last name. She would if I asked her. But I'm like, she's like, but she has, I mean, her name's Catherine Howard. And Catherine Howard is such a cool name because of the historical connotations, right? Former Queen of England and wife of Henry VIII. So it's such a cool name. And she
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And so that's why when we go to Renfest, she loses her mind when she sees the guy dressed as Henry VIII walking around. She's like, I'm Catherine Howard. My name is actually Catherine Howard. She gets a picture. She like loses her mind and she loves that kind of stuff. So I'm like, I am not going to make you. If you want to, sure, but you love your last name. It sounds great. You love it. Why change it? So she's not going to change it. And I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, and that's how it should be. Like, if if she wants to, that's great. I don't know. I just feel like people make a huge deal about it. And again, like, I don't want to go to the DMV, so I ain't gonna.
Here's another great name. Ryan McIntyre. That just rolls off the tongue, baby. You know him. Host of the College Experience Podcast, part of the Sports Gambling Podcast Network as well. Ryan, good morning to you, man. I don't even know where to start. Let me ask this, because we were talking about this early in the show. Heisman futures, do you have one? Is there value on anyone right now? Or are you like, dude, I don't care. Let's talk about the SWAC.
No, it's not college hoops yet, but 10 days away. I know we were talking pre-show, but yeah. Hey, I like the morning tunes, by the way, leading into the segment.
Yeah.
But, I think there's a guy in Nashville, Tennessee. I think it's Diego Pavia, man. I still think he's undervalued, and this is such a narrative-based award, so you kind of need that sexy name and sexy story. Pavia's story coming from New Mexico State Institution, military academy, and then going over to New Mexico State. I think he's really taken the college football world by storm, and I still think people are sleeping on Vanderbilt just because even Nick Saban admitted last weekend, I can't get in my head that Vanderbilt is actually an SEC contender and a playoff contender.
Crazy.
Yeah, and that feels unfair to me. Like, I know college football is such an establishment where, pedigree matters. And we start the season with, like, preseason favorite to win it all. And, like, the ranking is, it's like, you are innocent until proven guilty. Like, Texas and Penn State had to be bad to be kicked out of the ratings. Like, and that feels unfair to me for some of these teams like Indiana and Vanderbilt. But let me ask you, because I feel like you are very good at picking out teams who are underrated, who are in different conferences, because we have like writers on the show that come on and talk about the Blue Bloods, but I feel like you're very good at watching all of the teams and picking out like some of these smaller schools. So let me ask you, what is the team in college football that is the most underrated this year?
I'm going to stay with the same team. Although they are in the SEC, I really think it's Vanderbilt. And I was more impressed with how Vanderbilt went to Alabama and kind of held their own in a game where I thought maybe Alabama would have their way in the trenches, and I didn't think they did. I thought that they were able to blow it open late. I just think Vanderbilt at the line of scrimmage is really, really good, and they're such a unique style of play. And if they get in that playoff, I think that they're going to give fits to whoever it is. And what they were able to do to LSU last week, and what they were able to do at South Carolina, at Virginia Tech. When you win road games by multiple scores in hostile environments, that's when you start getting my attention. So I know that they're in the SEC, but they're still treated like a mid-major for whatever reason, just because of their name. I think Vanderbilt is still the most underrated team in the country.
Ryan, I'm going to ask this question to everyone because I still can't get over it. And I know as a college hoops person, you'll appreciate this. Can Indiana, the Hoosiers football team, can they really win the national title? Here they are, third favorite, 9-1.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was just about to say, please sign me up for an Indiana Vanderbilt national championship to really just turn college football right on its head. Right. When you go to Autzen at Oregon and win the way that they did, control the line of scrimmage, that's a statement win. And on top of that, they went to Kinnick at Iowa, where a team that has picked off so many top 10 teams over the years, that's when you know a team's for real. When they can win on the road, Mendoza's a real deal. I know he's skyrocketing on draft boards. Speaking of Heisman, he's the front runner right now, I believe. And then Cignetti is as good a coach in college football as they get. So it's funny because he brought over a bunch of his James Madison guys. I think we don't realize how good the Sun Belt is year in and year out, and they're proving it by bringing his guys over to the Big Ten and really taking college football by storm, because they're 17-2 in the last 2 years.
Yeah. All right. So let's get some bets on the card, because I know you be betting. I see some of the bets that you put on the card, and some of these games, I didn't even know the teams had football teams. But what's the bet of the week for you?
I'll go with the unranked team laying points against a ranked team. You got BYU coming in here 7-0. They just stormed the field. Rivalry win over Utah. Freshman quarterback hitting the road. Then you get Matt Campbell on the other side coming off a bye week. Iowa State was super banged up going into the bye week. They're getting healthier on the defensive side, and Rocco Becht as well had a concussion, and he's going to be healthy, ready to go. I'm going to lay the points in Ames, Iowa, with Iowa State against number 11 BYU. I believe they're laying 2.5 right now.
We're talking with Ryan McIntyre, and you can check him out all over the place on the College Experience podcast, part of the Sports Gambling Podcast Network as well. So we talked about teams that are underrated. Which teams in college football, and I do want to ask you about a couple of specific games, but which team do you think is most overrated right now that you don't really like compared to maybe the general public?
I still think it's Texas. You're
right.
I think I have not. I couldn't believe that they won the game. Yeah, I know you're a Texas grad, Mike.
You're right, though. You're right.
I mean, Arch has just been so underwhelming. I don't know what they're going to do in the offseason with him, if they're going to part ways, go a different direction. That's going to be a fascinating topic, because, I mean, Arch was a Heisman frontrunner coming into this year, but they got absolutely outgained by dominated the line of scrimmage, but were able to steal that game. I just think that they have not really looked the part or passed the eye test the entire year. They just have the Texas name brand, and they were preseason in the top 2 or 3.
All right, so we know you're big on Vandy. They've got a big game this week. College game day is going to be here in Nashville. Vandy, 2.5-point home favorites against Mizzou. So this line is tight, so odds makers are certainly giving Missouri a chance in this one. But does Vanderbilt have the edge?
I do. I think they do. I think that they'll control the line of scrimmage just like they did against LSU. It's hard to believe that Missouri's first road game on October 18th was last weekend, which is just crazy with these schedules. But back-to-back road spot, they won a chaotic game at Auburn. I like the spot for Vanderbilt getting back-to-back home games versus Missouri back-to-back road. I think they control the line of scrimmage, and they get revenge from last year where Missouri beat them on a walk-off field goal in Columbia.
So since we were talking about Texas and how bad they are, should I grab 7.5 with Mississippi State? Because I was looking at that. I was like, how in the world is Texas laying 7.5 going to Starkville? I'd be all over the dogs here.
See, I'm the king of this, where I trash a team all week and then I'll swing in and I'll
Okay.
I actually laid it with Texas here. I think I think they can contain Mississippi State's offense with the high tempo under Jeff Lebby and company. One thing about Texas, they are good. They are good on the defensive line, in the trenches on the defensive side. So I think they can bottle them up just like Texas A&M did. I think it's a good matchup for Texas this week. I just think Texas is overrated in the grand scheme of things.
Well, they were one of the teams that was expected to win a national championship this year. Elsewhere in Texas, Texas Tech is coming off a loss to Arizona State, but I feel like they're a very interesting team. If you believe line play matters, they still have one of the best offensive and defensive lines in the country. Are you out on Texas Tech now, or do you still think that the Red Raiders could have a chance to get in the college football playoff?
I do. They're I think minus 110 or plus 100 to win the Big 12 right now. I think they are the best team. The only thing going against them is the Big 12 is so wacky year in and year out, and upsets happen. We just saw them get picked off in Tempe. I think honestly, they're worth a stab at 30-1 to win the national championship. I think they're good enough on both sides of the ball in a year where it's going to be wide open. They just need some consistent quarterback play. Baron Morton's banged up once again in Lubbock, but I think from a trenches standpoint, with how much they invested in that roster, I think Texas Tech is good enough to win the national championship.
Yeah, man, I agree with you, and I absolutely cannot stand Texas Tech, as you know. But it just goes to show that if you spend the money in the portal, and they have Cody Campbell, and all that oil money, I mean, that defensive line is stellar, and they're unbelievable. So I'll just throw it out there in the ether. What's a game that you're really on this week? It doesn't have to be a top 25 matchup, just one that you really like.
Yeah, you guys mentioned I like the sicko games where it's going to hurt your stomach to take. I'm going to take Brian Kelly and his family down there in Baton Rouge in the Foxhole. Everybody's out on Brian Kelly this week. They're catching a short number against undefeated Texas A&M, the other team that has spent a ton of money in the trenches with the oil money. A&M coming in back-to-back road spot. They were fortunate to get out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. They also they're in the middle of a 3-game road trip here. So I think they're going to get tripped up. Death Valley at night. We've seen it year after year. Give me LSU to knock off Texas A&M and hand them their first loss there in Baton Rouge.
All right, so we have a few minutes left, and we talked about college hoops a bit before we came on here. We know you are a college hoops guy. You gave us some great plays in March Madness last year. So who's on your radar this year? Maybe not a team that has the best odds to win it all, but a team that's going to be fascinating to watch that maybe people should be watching out for.
I'll go to the Big 12. I'll go to BYU. It's not every year that you see a team beat out every single blue blood for the number one player in the country, but BYU has invested a ton of money into their program. And they also went out in the portal and added different guys and have a bunch of returning production from that Sweet 16 team. So I'm interested to see how they are with expectations, because they have a little bit of a target on their back with a $15 million roster at BYU. But just from a fascinating standpoint, must-watch TV, I got the BYU Cougars as the team I really want to watch.
Ooh. What is your favorite small conference to follow? Not necessarily bet on, but, obviously not the big ones, but one conference where you think this is fascinating, these teams are super competitive, and maybe it's not on the public's radar, but you can't wait to see the season.
I will go with Historic League, and I think they're the second or third conference champion every year. It's definitely the Missouri Valley. Okay. It's a bus league, and they're all basketball towns. They some of them do have FCS football teams, but primarily they are a basketball league, and they take a lot of pride, and there's great home court advantages. And we've seen the teams pull upsets in March before, whether it's Belmont, Murray State, Drake, Bradley, and you can go down the list. So the Missouri Valley is always a league I love watching night after night in college hoops.
Well, I'm ready for that. I'm ready for tonight, and I'm ready for college football this weekend. That is our guy, Ryan McIntyre. Check him out as host of the College Experience podcast. Also, follow him on X at Moneyline_Mac. Ryan, always great picking your brain when it comes to anything sports betting related. Thanks for the time.
Appreciate it, guys.
You bet. Chelsea, are you excited for college hoops? You bet a lot of small conference basketball. You don't fool me. I've seen you do it.
Well, he said the NBC, and I need to double check this, but I'm pretty sure that's where Belmont plays. I bet a ton on Belmont because they're here in Nashville, and because we see them on the local news. So it's, I think, easier to follow the local teams when you can read about them in the newspaper. So yeah, I'll be betting on college hoops. I think it'll take me a while to get my feet wet though, just because I think college basketball, it takes a while for teams to kind of set their rotations. And plus when you get to the higher ranks, when you have all these superstar freshmen, it's really difficult to project like those first couple of seasons. So it's not something that I feel super confident the first week of the season, but I will be watching.
Also, some quick breaking news again. Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling. This is from Shams Charania at ESPN. So half an hour ago, we saw Terry Rozier from the Heat get arrested this morning at his hotel room, and now Portland head coach Chauncey Billups arrested by the FBI. They're having a press conference later on this morning at 10 a.m. This just broke. Unbelievable. Coming up next, Donkster, best bets. Stay with us on a Thursday here on the Daily Tip.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Thursday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thursday night football tonight. Game 1 of the World Series tomorrow. And athletes being arrested across the country. What a wild 35, 40 minutes. So at the top of the hour, Heat guard Terry Rozier arrested at his hotel room and charged with illegal gambling by the FBI. And now Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested by the FBI for illegal gambling as well. This according to ESPN. So whatever is going on, this sounds like some sort of sting operation. And again, the FBI and I believe the Eastern District Attorney of New York, they are going to hold a press conference later on today at 10 a.m. and we will get more details. But man, this is massive news that now we're having a player and even more disturbing, a head coach arrested for illegal gambling.
Right, and these aren't nobodies. Like, it feels like the NBA had such good momentum with, like, the NBA on NBC and then inside the NBA last night. And we had some great games on the opening night of NBA. And now you see these arrests, and you have to feel like Adam Silver has to be, like, panicking right now. Because this is, I don't want to say it's, like, the worst thing that could happen to your league, but it is certainly a black eye if some of these guys are convicted of what they are accused of, just because it threatens the integrity of the league. It threatens all of these like sportsbook partnerships that have been pushed upon like every sports league. So it's one of those big problems that Adam Silver is certainly having to deal with.
Yeah, whatever comes up here, Adam Silver is going to have to step in. A lot of this won't be his choice because the FBI is clearly making moves now and going around making arrests, and we may not be done. This is 2 in the past 40 minutes, so we could possibly see more. Maybe we won't. But something is going down. There's no question about it. But Adam Silver will have to go in immediately and do something to be proactive here and to show that this is not acceptable, that anyone that even thinks about doing this will be punished and punished severely, because you know how it is, particularly now in 2025 when sports wagering is such a huge part of the landscape and we hear about athletes getting requests on Venmo or being yelled at games because guys aren't hitting their bets or their props, whatever it is. Like, this is kind of an issue with interaction anyway, and so people naturally question the integrity of the game, which is not necessarily fair, but it does happen. So you cannot have any sort of perception of impropriety here. So Silver's got to step in. He's got to do something quick.
Well, and especially, it would be one thing if it was one player, if it was just Jonte Porter, and they're like, okay, it's an isolated incident.
Right.
But when it starts spreading and it feels like it is a trend, that's when it's a real problem. And that's when it's a league-wide problem, as opposed to saying, hey, that guy's just a bad apple.
Yes. So hopefully this is where it ends. I'm definitely not rooting for other coaches or players to be arrested, and hopefully this is somewhat isolated, because the last thing you want is, in a couple hours, we're talking about multiple people. Right now it's just 2, Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups. I don't know if there's a connection between the two. The only connection right now is that both have been arrested by the FBI for illicit gambling. On the same day where we're talking about at the beginning of the show, hey, if you're a college kid, you can gamble on pro sports. That's sort of the slippery slope, you know what I mean? Where I'm not saying these kids are doing that. I'm just saying that this is exactly why you have to be careful about what you allow and what you don't, because the temptation is there even for people who should know better.
And especially for player props, because they feel like they are so easily manipulated. But I was just looking. Like, it's crazy to me about Chauncey Billups because, like, the Blazers play tomorrow. So, like, is he going to be back for that? Like, what is the game plan in between? Like, you just started a season. So, I don't know. There is a lot of moving parts to this, but it will be very interesting to follow.
It certainly will. Hopefully that is it. I mean, a player is bad enough, but it's even worse when you're a coach. You know what I mean? Because you have so much more power to influence the game. Like, that's the real shoe dropping here is a player. Okay, we hear that from time to time, but a head coach in a pro sports league being arrested of this is massive.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, because this is just off the top of my head, but wasn't that like what Pete Rose was doing? Wasn't he on the coaching staff? And it's like, especially in basketball, it's like if you are choosing to not play a certain player and you're like, hey, let's take the under on his player prop, that is a very clear connection.
Right. Guess what? You're sitting today. Or, you know what? we're taking you out after your first at bat. It's like, you know, the prop's like 1.5 hits. You bet the over or you hit the under if you're the manager. You know what I mean? Those are so easy to manipulate. So maybe there's nothing there, but when the FBI is involved, never, ever good. What is good, or at least what has been this week, are your bets. So let's see where we're going tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, give us another winner.
Let's go. So tonight I am not betting on the NBA. I feel like there's a joke somewhere there, unlike some of the players, allegedly. But I'm going to go to the NFL and Thursday night football. I'm going to go with Chargers receiver Ladd McConkey over 55.5 receiving yards for -114. So you look at the matchup on the surface and you say, okay, the Vikings have been pretty good against wide receivers on the whole. But over the last few games, they have given up some huge numbers to opposing wide receivers. Just last game, Devonta Smith of the Eagles had 183 receiving yards. DK Metcalf of the Steelers had 126. Even if you look at that game against the Browns, there was a receiver, or a tight end, I should say, that had 67. David Njoku had 67 receiving yards when the Browns played the Vikings. So if you look at the other context clues we get from this game, Justin Herbert's passing yardage prop is 254.5. So the books think that Justin Herbert is going to have to sling it tonight. And I feel like he is going to depend on the target share king of Ladd McConkey in this one. Over the last 2 games, Ladd McConkey has gotten 24 targets, had 15 against the Colts last week, had 9 against the Dolphins, had 67 yards last game, and 100 in that game against the Dolphins. So I feel like it's going to be a big Ladd McConkey night. And usually he'll have like one big long reception. Like in that Dolphins game, he had a 42-yard catch. So I am banking on him having at least one of those. And I'm hoping that this is one of those props we get by halftime. A girl can dream, right? So I'm going to go Ladd McConkey over his receiving prop of 55.5 yards for -114.
All right. I need baseball to come back so I can win something. Yeah, I do. Vikings +3.5 at the Chargers. Not my favorite bet. Why? Because of Carson Wentz. How do we feel about Carson Wentz leading a football team? Well, I don't feel great about it, but I do feel good about Wentz against this Chargers defense. Early on in the season, the Chargers looked so good, like as a team. They look complete. And they will be better on offense tonight. It looks like Joe Alt, their stud defensive tackle, or offensive tackle, I should say, is going to play. That will help L.A. and give some protection to Justin Herbert. But I don't think it's going to matter against the Vikings because they're getting that half point. And over the past 3 weeks, the Chargers defense has been really bad. They've given up at least 27 points in the last 3 games. They've become one of the worst rushing defenses in the National Football League. So if I'm the Vikings, what am I going to do? I'll use Carson Wentz when I need to, but I want to hand it off to Jordan Mason. I also like his anytime touchdown prop. That's around +115. He's gotten in the end zone 3 times in the last 4 games. I think he could do that tonight. They're not going to have problems in the red zone like they did last week against the Eagles. But I'm going to grab the Vikings here based on what we've seen from the LA defense, which has regressed over the past month. Let's go Minnesota +3.5.
Going with the side here. And I keep seeing like more details of this NBA case. So apparently Chauncey Billups is allegedly in an illegal poker arrest. So I guess this is not with the NBA, like not with like betting on the NBA. So I guess that's a good thing. How are you doing illegal poker? Like, isn't this legal in most places? Like, that's my first question is like, what is this? Like an underground poker ring that you see in like the movies?
Yes, because there is a distinction there. And I remember I was reading about this, or actually looked it up because I was curious myself. I'm like, how is this illegal? But if you create a system or a group that is large enough where there is money being exchanged or enough money being exchanged and enough people involved, then it becomes an enterprise and it becomes illegal because you can't just start a gambling operation, right? It has to be legalized. So if it's big enough and there's enough money there, then yeah, you can get involved in that. Why did I read about it? Because I wanted to start one. And I was like, I guess I can.
Maybe your next career, James.
I know.
But wasn't there
Maybe.
a Will Ferrell movie about this? The House? I don't think I got all the way through it because I don't think it was that great. But it was like Will Ferrell and I think maybe it was Amy Poehler. And they started like a gambling thing in their basement with like craps and roulette. And honestly, that sounds awesome. I would love to be invited to that.
Me too. Well, I guess we got to check with the Donkster real quick before we get out of here. Let's see what he's up to. Donkster, get in here.
Charles Barkley isn't the only one who's lost weight.
Well, you look the same to me.
I've lost 5 ounces. Does anyone want to know my secret?
Not.
I eat 2 Doritos Locos Tacos a day, 1 Baja Blast, and then I have a cup of love butter.
I don't even know what that is. I don't want to know. Do you have a bet?
Packers plus 7.5, hosting the Thunder.
Well, there you go. Good job. It's Pacers. Well, coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P, Matt Fortuna at 10, Paul Charchian at 11, Chuck Esposito at 11:20. There you go, Chelsea. Right into Bet Sweats after this.
Chuck Esposito. Who is that? I feel like I've heard that name before.
Are you thinking of Phil Esposito?
I think there is a coach, I think, of NC State baseball that was like Esposito or something. I don't know. That's what I will be Googling after the show.
I will be looking at ways to circumvent the law when it comes to an illegal poker ring. I'm going to find a way. Yeah, why not? That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Always appreciate your time. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Good luck on your bets and have a great Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome in on this Thursday morning. It's a Thursday, so we get a new week of NFL action, Thursday Night Football. Can't say I'm jacked about this one, I'll be honest with you, given the two teams involved and the injury reports that are going out. We'll get into that matchup in a little bit in 20 minutes from now. Later this hour, our full breakdown on Survivor in this week. A lot of options. If you're still alive, I think there's a decent chance many of you still are. Not a lot of carnage throughout the year. It feels like every week, okay, this might be the week. This might be the week. There's been 1 week where you had pretty much a handful of chaos, but outside of that, not so much. A lot of NFL injuries to report on, which gives us line movement with quarterbacks, replacements being announced already this week. We'll get to that. Some college plays. We'll be joined by Matt Fortuna on some college football. Paul Charchian. He'll give the Vikings perspective, fantasy football, prop betting perspective, all that stuff. And we'll get a book report from Chuck Esposito coming up today on the show. Well, things have changed quickly. First off, finding out as we start the show, we got tech issues. We're not going to have Sam Panayonovich. I don't know if we will in 5 minutes. I don't know if we will in the next segment. I have no idea, but I'm here to keep you company right here on Bet Sweats, I guess. And thinking, okay, we got to start with that Bulls play that we kept talking about. We did hit that one last night against the Detroit Pistons, hosting the Pistons, home dog. Bulls come through. We had many factors going in on that game. We had, but the biggest one was, of course, the room. They were all in on it. So the TNT, I guess now ESPN broadcast, those two sides were played heavily. Like, yes, technically the room was on one of the sides, but the first and third most popular plays were the two sides in the game. People wanted action on it. They were going to watch the game and they wanted to pick a side, and that's what they did. But aside from that, the most popular play was Detroit. Detroit as a road favorite. Alarm bells were going off, so we said, let's play the Bulls, and the Bulls come through. They start the season 1-0 on the year. Thought we would start with that, or maybe even the matchup of Wemby going up against Flag late last night. Wemby's performance certainly worth discussing, but no, it is NBA related. It's just not any of those stories. So in this past hour, if you've not been attached to the internet in some way, it's all about gambling this morning in the NBA. The NBA is back, but now Adam Silver has to deal with some stories that he doesn't want to deal with. Here's Shams Charania about an hour ago. Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier was arrested early Thursday morning as part of an FBI sports betting gambling probe, sources tell ESPN. The Eastern District of New York, an FBI director, will hold a press conference at 10 a.m. Eastern to announce arrest from the investigation. What, the director of the FBI is now involved. Like, it was cute and funny to some when we would have stories about Tim Donaghy, or like in the NFL, oh, Calvin Ridley, you're so stupid. How could you have a DraftKings account in your own name? This and that. Like, that's kind of cute and funny and ridiculous. And then you had like a bunch of no-name Lions players that got in trouble a year or so ago as well. Like, how dumb can you be? Well, now we have the director of the FBI involved with the NBA. And within that same hour from Shams, Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested by the FBI for alleged illegal gambling, sources tell ESPN. So there's a lot on Adam Silver's desk going on this morning. So if we go back in time a little bit with Rozier, this is not something new. Miami Heat guard, when he was with Charlotte a couple of years ago, he exited a game early. Now, there were reports that people were hearing, oh, Rozier's going to exit this game early. And it happened after about 9-10 minutes of game time. Of course, the conversation about the prop bets, all the unders. People were keeping an eye on that. And then, floating it out there. Hey, I heard he was going to exit early. I heard he was going to exit early. He did not play last night, Rozier. And then this Billups story. This is a guy that's been a head coach in the NBA. And here's the headlines that I'm seeing now from ABC News. Portland Trailblazers coach Chauncey Billups charged in illegal poker operation tied to mafia, according to ABC News sources. What is going on? Billups, in his 5th season as head coach, was arrested in Oregon, where is expected to make an initial court appearance on Thursday, sources said. So we're going to obviously be keeping a close eye on what happens at this press conference coming up in less than an hour from right now. But the NBA world has been flipped upside down. And remember, this is on the heels. Let's go through every sport. Like NBA, top of mind. Okay, we got these 2 stories today. And we've had others. NFL, I just mentioned a couple off the top of my head. Major League Baseball, do you remember what happened at the beginning of the season? Shohei Ohtani was the number 1 story, but not for baseball. Not for making it to the World Series. Not for his Game 4 performance. For his guy. His name involved. So, this is not going away, people. These sports leagues have gotten in bed with the sports books, and things have gone wrong. Very, very wrong. And now there is a positive side, and I'm sure we'll get details on some of this, exactly how it all went down. But how'd they catch him? Probably because of legalized gambling, legalized sports books. I'm not saying you need to bow down and kiss their asses or whatever, but that's probably why they got busted. So what was it going on before the leagues got in bed with these sports books? Of course it was, but probably not the same level. It wasn't there in an app. It wasn't there at a halftime show, a pregame show, screaming in your face, go to this app. It wasn't there in the arena saying, this is the halftime line, go bet it on your app and use this one because they sponsor us. Fascinating what's happening in the NBA right now. 2 massive stories. We're going to get more. I believe there were 6 or 7 arrests that went on involving this. Rozier, Billups, a lot more to come. All right, we bring in Sammy P. Sam Panayotovich. He's in New York. If you're with us on a regular basis, on Thursdays, he does the show from New York. How you feeling, Sam?
Good morning. I got to WFAN at 8:30 and got upstairs, and they said, who are you? And I said, great start.
Exactly.
And then they said, we'll see if there's a studio for you. And everything that followed after that was kind of like plugging a square peg into a round hole. But we made it at, what time is it? 9:07? We made it. I don't think we're going to have video because the laptop that I was given, I think, was built in 1999. I don't think video will be popular today or possible today.
I think we'll find a space for you somewhere, somehow. No? I thought we heard yesterday we're all good. I thought that's what I saw. That's what Ramley said. Yeah, we're all good.
Who are you? Who are you?
Who are you? They said, who are you?
Yes.
How was that process? Was there more security than what you deal with in Chicago?
No,
Jake
the security system was fine. It was just getting upstairs and then finding room. But I have an audio board, and then we were trying to patch everything together. Nobody really cares about all the theatrics that go on behind the scenes. I just thought that
it is funny.
Who are you was very funny. Who are you is great.
I think all of our listeners and viewers have dealt with a situation like that, where you show up somewhere, there's supposed to be something all set, we're good to go, okay. Who are you?
Yep.
Who he play for?
Who he played for. I saw last night they did who he broadcast for with Barkley, and he had no idea. They were showing all the new networks that air the NBA games, and then they flashed up Del Curry, and you could see the hamster spinning in Barkley's head. He had no idea who Del Curry broadcasted for. It was very funny.
Dude, I would have no idea. right? Were you talking about the team broadcast, or is he like on Peacock or one of those networks?
I think he's on Amazon. So they did Brent Barry. They did
Brent
Allie
Barry's
LaForce,
back?
Del Curry, and Chuck is trying to guess who they broadcast for. The old spin-off of Who He Play For, which is one of our favorite segments. But they did Who He Broadcast For last night. Very good.
I would have had no idea. I would have failed miserably, much like Chuck. A lot of the times it's players that he probably should know when you are the most famous NBA analyst out there, and he has no idea, but people really don't care because it's Chuck and they love him. Have you seen, I know you've been dealing with all the tech issues just trying to get on the air, but have you seen at least the headlines and everything going on in the NBA with Chauncey Billups and Terry Rozier this morning?
The head coach of the Portland Trailblazers being arrested by the FBI for gambling is, I don't even know what to do with that headline. It's
right.
Insanity. And obviously the details will flow out over the next, I'm going to guess, 12 to 24 hours. We're going to get a lot more information here. I'm trying not to say something that I don't have a full grasp on because I think there are going to be a lot of details that we need to iron out. But that's a 1-2 combo, right? That's a left and a right hook early in the morning, first thing on a Thursday, and you just wonder, how bad is it? How big is it? Was he actually, and these are the questions I'm asking rhetorically, of course, was he playing poker with his friends, or was he shifting lineups that affected the point spread or the total? Like, these are the things that I don't know, and I'm sure we're going to hear more and more over the next few hours or so. But this is certainly not a good start to a Thursday for the NBA, no doubt.
I don't think that we can understate how big this is. Like, we don't know. We're waiting. We'll find out at this press conference in about 45, 50 minutes from right now. But I do know one thing. The FBI director is involved. That's not good. You don't call in the director of the freaking FBI if it's no big deal. If it's just another professional player, oh, he took some bets. He's not supposed to bet. He knows that. He'll be suspended for a year. Doesn't that kind of tell you that it's something way, way bigger than something we've seen? Even Jonte Porter last year. It feels like it's got to be something way bigger than that.
When you see federal probe and 3 letters, whether it be NBA, NFL, MLB, NHL, never good. I have the New York Post story up right here. So Billups, and I'm sure you talked about some of the details in the first 5-10 minutes of the show, but Billups has been charged in an illegal poker scheme linked to organized crime. Rozier has been under investigation for unusual betting activity. So they appear to be 2 completely different issues. And that's what I saw this morning. And I was in a group thread with the Bear Bets team, ironically enough. And one of the guys was like, wait, was Chauncey playing poker or was he fixing games? And again, we don't know yet. And I don't want to say something that isn't true. But if he's playing illegal poker, I don't think it's as big of a deal as putting this guy out there or taking this guy off the floor third quarter, fourth quarter to affect the outcome of a basketball game. Like, I think you can draw a line between basketball activity and off the floor activity. That's just me, though.
Yeah, these are separate cases. That is something at this moment that we do know. Here's from the ABC News story. Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier and former Cleveland Cavaliers player and assistant coach Damon Jones were also charged in a separate but related illegal gambling case. They're among 6 people charged Thursday with turning professional basketball into a criminal gambling operation by using inside information to place unlawful wagers, law enforcement sources told ABC News. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, there's a lot to uncover there. We might have to clear the decks a little bit when we get a few more details there. A lot of NFL injury news that we're going to break down. Lines are moving, man. And, it's funny because I see headlines yesterday. Mariota in. Oh, my God. Breaking news. Jaden Daniels was out. But we knew that. The line was telling us that And then the line adjusted again. The line went even further. I mean, now you look at Pinnacle this morning, Sam. That line is KC minus 13.
I thought the line was already saying he was out, so
right.
I'll put my hand up and admit that I took 11 with Washington, thinking that Daniels was out. And then you get the official news, and there's another flux of cash. We'll follow it. I still think the number's too big.
Yeah, it's a monster number, but it tells us it's just going to climb. It doesn't mean you were wrong. It means that they received more bets on the other side, and they decided to make a move there. Joe O, Sammy P, you got Bet Sweats. Coming up next, Thursday Night Football. We'll break down that game. Vikings and Chargers. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Sam here with you. Thursday night football to kick off another week with NFL action. We've got the Vikings and the Chargers in Survivor. This is not an option. It's one of the few games this week. It is not an option, but we will give you all of your options coming up in 20 minutes, a full breakdown, everything going down there. We'll get some college football coming up in the 10 a.m. Eastern hour. Sam, Vikings, Chargers. Any excitement?
Yeah, I'm excited for J.J. McCarthy to play. Duh.
No, that's not going to happen. The soft benching continues. Once again, he's good enough to play. If QB1 and QB2 go down, he is the emergency quarterback for the second straight week. So that's the chatter. Is this a soft benching? I've heard people push against it, say it isn't. I think it is. Like, at first it was an injury. I believe the injury. The dude is healthy enough to play. He wouldn't be in a position where, okay, if X happens, if Y happens, you're going to be out there, right? If he's good enough to play, he should be your starting quarterback, especially after what we saw with Wentz. I think what it probably is they don't want to throw him in the short week. It feels like if this was a Sunday game, then McCarthy would be playing. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what the hell is going on here, man. Wentz made some brutal mistakes that ended up probably costing the Vikings the game against the Eagles over the weekend. You're a McCarthy guy. Like, you believe in this guy long term. What do you think is happening? I mean, this isn't not year one. This is year two with this guy in the system.
I don't know if it's mental or physical or a combination of the two, but this appears to be shielding of their young quarterback. And, you know, somebody the other day on social said, give him a break. He just had a child. And you're like, nobody wants to hear that in Minnesota. Joe, You got 2 kids. Could you not work when you had your kid? I mean, you could. You could get to work. You could do your job. You could take care of the kid when the work hours are over, but nobody around the Vikings, no fans of the Vikings want to hear, give him a break, he just had a kid. Several players on the team have kids, and they come to work just fine and do their job. This feels so much deeper than this, and of course you're not going to know the true reasoning at this point in time. He appears to be relatively healthy. So do they just not trust him? ? I'm asking a ton of rhetorical questions today. I know that, but I have no idea what to expect with the Rozier and the Billups thing, and I have no idea what the hell is going on in Minnesota. None.
It is a wild day. It fits right in with the rest of the week, right? With everything that's been going on. No, I mean, look, yeah, it's ridiculous. He's a professional athlete. They can get help. I know he's not with his family. Like, that's a little challenging. There are a lot of people that are dealing with this exact thing. Like, I don't understand this whole he just had a kid thing. Sorry, especially when you're in the NFL and you have an off season, it doesn't stop. Like, life doesn't just suddenly stop right now. Oh, I'm gone for a month. I know it's more acceptable nowadays, but that's not how it works in this world, especially if you're a professional athlete. So I don't know exactly what's going on. Here's what we do know. Wentz is starting again. They're going with Wentz. He's going to be your starter on the road. And this line has been moving up. 2.5 to 3.5. The total has been moving up. I see it as high as 45 right now after sitting 43 earlier in the week. This is very challenging because of the injury report. As we sit here on Thursday morning, there's a lot we don't know. We have no clue about these offensive lines. What is the state going to be tonight? Are they going to push these players to go? Are the players going to push themselves to go? Or is it going to be like, look, it's a Thursday. Let's not get crazy. We have a whole season to think about. Let's take it easy and not play this one. Then you get like a mini bye week coming up. So here's what I'm talking about. The left tackle and the right tackle for both teams, not just the Chargers and their O-line issues. Left tackle, right tackle for both teams are listed as questionable. The left tackles, of course, Darisaw for Minnesota, Joe Alt for LA, and then O'Neal, right tackle for the Vikes, and Pipkins, the right tackle for the Chargers. All of them listed as questionable. O'Neal, Alt, Pipkins limited yesterday. Derisau did not practice. He practiced Monday, Tuesday, does not practice on Wednesday. What does that mean? Was there any kind of a setback? I have no idea. So every starting offensive tackle in this game is a 50-50. Don't know if they're going to play. You have good coaching. I think that's interesting because a lot of times you'll fade the new coaching on Thursday night. The bad coaching, you'll end up fading that. That's a betting angle. But that's not really the case because you've got Harbaugh on one side and maybe the best 1-2 combo, offensive-defensive combo in the league with O'Connell and Flores. So that's interesting. You've got the Chargers. They start off hot. People start saying the words Super Bowl when discussing them after going 3-0. And since then, they've lost 3 or 4. The O-line protecting Herbert has been in shambles. And for the Vikings side of things, it's been up, down, up, down, up, down. It's been win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. So now they sit here at 3-3. Where are you in this one? What do you think about the injury situation, about this number cutting through that 3 in favor of the Chargers minus 3.5?
I lean to the dog, even though it's a road dog. I know we don't like these Thursday night road dogs in a vacuum, but even if Alt plays and he's saying all the right things, Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport said within the last hour that Alt is expected to play. I don't expect 95, 100% Joe Alt. And I do think Flores is going to throw the kitchen sink at that side of the line and really test Joe Alt. It's one thing to play. It's another thing to dominate. And I just don't expect that from Joe Alt. You know, wise guys in Vegas for years have loved the Chargers in the dog roll. Love them catching 3 points. Love them catching 4, 4.5, 5, 6. Not that you're going to catch that many points with this team this year. But wise guys have looked to back this team as a dog. As a favorite, you don't see that same sentiment. You don't see that financial support usually on the favorite. Now, in this scenario, you have some variables working for the Chargers. You're at home. It's a short week. You're facing a backup quarterback. I understand all that. That said, some of the sharper shops in the world and in Vegas are still sitting 3. A lot of the rec books are 3.5. The sharper shops are a juice 3. 3 minus 15, 3 minus 20, 3 minus a quarter. I know the situation isn't great for Minnesota, but I still think they have the weaponry. And if you think about these Thursday night games, they've been very, very kind to the dog on Amazon. And Shope and Bulldog were talking about this last Friday when I did their show. They're like, you guys realize how good these games have been, right? Are you and Joe talking about this? I said, believe it or not, yes, we're talking about the Thursday night and how they're going. But you've mentioned all the upsets. And last week it's Bengals over Steelers. We've seen Niners over Rams. We've seen Giants over Eagles. We've seen the Cowboys cover against the Eagles opening night. You have not really seen blowouts, at least on the favorite side. The Giants definitely pulled away from Philly. But these games have all been competitive, Joe, for the dog. And I don't know that it's fair to run to that equation and say, oh, all the games on Amazon are close because that's what the league wants. I don't think that's completely fair to say, but you wouldn't be inaccurate with that statement that these games have been very competitive for the dog.
Well, I think they're not complaining about it, but probably the biggest reason is look at the matchups. So what the league did, even if they don't announce it, is what they did is prioritize the primetime games, which is probably something they should have done because they know 1:00 Eastern every Sunday we're in no matter what. There's not a lot of football fans that are saying, you know what? I'm going to skip. I'm not going to sit in front of my TV for the next 6 hours if they don't have something to do. And I'm not going to watch Sunday Ticket because you know what? This card is awful. They know that among the games, there's going to be some great moments. The witching hour is going to be thrilling at some point, right? That's usually the case. And you have fewer games in the late afternoon. But let's prioritize these primetime games. Now, it used to be Monday night was the thing. Then Sunday night became the thing. Like that's always the highest rated TV show in the country. Like you look at the end of the year, Sunday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, Sunday Night Football. It's crazy. And they've made a point to improve the product on Monday night. You have Buck and Aikman. Let's do this. There were some games that were honestly garbage. You got a better broadcast. Let's make sure these games are pretty solid. So they prioritize the primetime games, usually the Fox one that has that 425 window. That's usually a good one. And Thursday. I mean, Thursday, if you remember, it used to be a lot of Jacksonville, a lot of garbage. Like now it would be teams like the Titans and the Dolphins and the Saints, stuff like that. We're not getting that. What'd they do? What do we get every week? This week, the exception, but it's usually divisional matchups, which end up being closer games because the teams know one another. But you go into this year, Vikings were awesome last season. Chargers, Harbaugh's second year, you expected them to take a bump. Like, they're going to kind of contend on some way. Like, maybe these are second-tier teams in the league. Not championship contenders, but certainly playoff contenders. And so they put themselves in a position where they're going to have closer, more competitive games.
I'm taking the points for sure.
I get it.
And I'm looking at Justin Jefferson. I know that we don't like to play the small sample size game, but they have really leaned on him from a target standpoint. Last 3 games, 11, 11, and 10 in terms of targets. Let me pull out my calculator. Kidding. That's 32. 32 targets, and here are the yardage clips. 126, 123, 79. Now, I'm not, you know me, I'm not looking at the box score and saying, oh, he's gone over in 3 straight, but I look at the target number, and they've really leaned on him. Also, because it's a backup quarterback with Carson Wentz, you're not getting these big numbers. I remember early in the season, Jefferson had a yardage number of 92.5, 93.5, and now we're all the way down to 80.5 at BetMGM. If he's going to get 10 targets tonight and you're going to hang an 80.5, I'm going to bite that hook. I might not win, but if they're going to target him the way they've been targeting him, again, 32 targets last 3 games, I like his chances to hit that low 80.5. That's just me.
Okay, so I was looking at these teams' big picture rest of the way, and I think the Chargers, once their offensive line gets healthier, that they're going to be okay, right? It's also interesting with this matchup because you have defenses that really underperformed a week ago. So I think we might get better play out of those units. But I was looking big picture, and we could talk with Charch about this later on. Pull up the Viking schedule for me. I want to see if you have the same reaction that I did. I'm just looking at the state of the team, the quarterback play, questions about McCarthy. What is the long-term plan there? What about Wentz? What are you going to end up doing with this season? So Vikings, it's been up and down. They sit now 3-3 on the year. You've got this game at the Chargers tonight. Sam, I was looking at the rest of the year, and this sounds crazy sitting in later October, but I view this as the Vikings for a must-win game. I hate that term, but I truly do. So if you start going through that list, that schedule, how many games do you feel very confident that the Vikings are going to win?
Very confident? Ugh.
Yeah. Like they're going to be a favorite of at least a field goal. How about that?
You could be favored against Chicago. I don't think that it's by a field goal. Depending on Daniels for Washington, you could be favored. If he's out, you're favored by more than 3. And that might be it, because you're not favored against the Lions. You're not favored against the Packers. Those games are at home. And then on the road, you're probably not favored at all. You go to Detroit, Green Bay, Seattle, Dallas,
dude,
and the Giants.
This is brutal.
To answer your question, how many am I confident they win? None.
You know? And like the Giants, oh, that's tougher than we thought. The Cowboys, oh, I didn't know they were going to be like the best offense in the league or like top 2, top 3. Like it is wild when you look at this. They still haven't played Detroit. You mentioned that. Like, oh, at Seattle, that's tougher than we thought before the year. This is brutal. So I looked at their updated win total, 7.5. You got to get 4 more to go to the over. I'm just, the way things are shaping up early in the season and the way that schedule is now looking as we take a view of it, I think they're going under. I think they're going to be the last place team in the NFC North. But the point being, this is a massive spot tonight at the Chargers. With the state of that team, like, you've got to grab a win in this spot tonight.
I think they can do it. I honestly do.
Yeah.
And this will literally be a swing gate for the rest of the way. They win the night, you feel a lot better. You lose tonight, all of a sudden the mountain looks very unclimbable.
Yes, Paul, we did laugh at you when you said Vikings' worst record. There's a difference between the worst record in the NFC North and the NFL. They're not even part of that conversation.
Details.
Worst teams. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. True, details. Survivor next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. It's another week of trying to stay alive in our survivor pools.
Survivor, man, that's like the beer bong of the contest.
Give me that thing. I'll do one. I'll do one. I'll do one.
We got knocked out of Survivor in week 1.
I think it's in my rules of Survivor. I think no Jaguars.
Every week, you can be done.
Survive and advance with us right now on Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM.
The biggest point spread of the week is 2 touchdowns. It's 14. There are some places that are leaning 14.5. Maybe they end up going there. The Colts favored over the Titans, a divisional matchup. The biggest reason why, Sam, any pool that I have the Colts available with in, that I will be using them, is future value. Even though the Colts are having a very good season, they have little future value. So you have a team that's on fire, a 2-touchdown favorite, and if you look down the road, I'm like, oh, at KC, there'll be a dog. At Seattle, probably be a dog. Other games, Pittsburgh on the road, Atlanta, Houston, Jacksonville, twice, divisional matchups. San Francisco, when they're probably going to be healthier. No future value, 2-touchdown favorite. Any spot where I have not used Indianapolis, Sam, I think you've got to use the Colts this week if you haven't yet.
I still think the Chiefs are interesting. I've heard a lot of people saying you don't want to use the Chiefs. I mean, people are going to say that about the Chiefs all the way through. You got to save the Chiefs. Got to save the Chiefs. I don't think they're losing this game. How many times can you say you're going to save a team and then eventually you get to the end and you don't want to use them ever because they're just playing good teams down the stretch? Now, is there a spot or two down the road for the Chiefs? Of course. But I think a lot of people with the great teams, they kick the can down the road. And the reality is teams like Kansas City historically don't have much to play for in weeks 17 and 18. Now, maybe it's different this year because KC started with all the losses early in the season. But I never understood people saving the Buffaloes, the Phillies, the Kansas Cities. Well, I'll use them 16, 17, 18 when a lot of times they're not giving you a full go in week 17, week 18. So I don't know. Again, I've famously said on this show, I suck at Survivor. but it feels like Kansas City is in a very, very decent spot to win this game. Prime time at home. You're favored by 12.5, 13. How many better spots are there for Kansas City in Survivor? I can't think of one.
And here's the best reason to use Kansas City this week, to your point. I don't know if I will, but they're a good selection, a very good selection. If you go on Pool Genius projections for ownership this week, Indy, number 1, 32%. Atlanta, 25%. Cincinnati, 16%. New England, 10%. Philadelphia, 6%. Pool Genius is saying that in the majority of pools, based on the data that they have right now, that you can take the second biggest favorite of 12.5, 13 range. You get Patrick Mahomes, the offense, the way they're moving, going against a backup quarterback at low ownership. Meaning if it's a wonky week, very good chance that you're in an awesome spot and you're just sitting pretty. And maybe you're one of the few people that are left. So to your point, with everything you said, I'll add on to that. You get them when nobody else is on them too, which is an amazing spot to be in.
If you had one entry, and I know you have more because you're good at Survivor, unlike me. You've got, 13 bullets left, give or take?
Something like that, yeah, give or take.
Must be nice, Paul, to just say, I don't know how many I have. I think I have 13.
Just like
maybe
13. Yeah.
No big deal.
I may have joined 2 more pools last week.
Oh, so that's why you don't know, because you're an addict. That's why you don't know exactly how many pools you have.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Daddy needs more. Daddy needs more. Okay. All right. So let's just throw double digits on it. You have double digit entries left, and that's good. That's awesome for you.
Yeah.
I am very happy for you. If you had one, we're going to play the hypothetical game. My phone is telling me to stop using hand gestures, so I'm going to stop using hand gestures. I just got that prompt on my VMix. Stop using hand gestures. Okay. If you had one entry.
Who cares at this point?
I honestly, this week, this is the cherry on the sundae of a very, very hectic week. If you had one entry, Joe.
Dare you to tell me about my hand gestures today.
I got a hand gesture for you, Apple. Are you taking Indy or KC if you have one entry? You got a golden bullet. You can only take one. Indy or KC?
Oh, I got one. I'm going game theory. I go with KC.
Okay, follow up. Indy or KC in Circa, where KC is a Thanksgiving option and a Christmas option.
And a Christmas.
Yeah.
Do I have other options? Do I have other decent options?
Like,
did I
on
save
those
anybody
days?
else? Yeah.
Oh,
right.
Hold, please.
I'll tell you guys, honestly,
hold, please.
Atlanta is where's the music?
Who
Get
are
the
you?
3, 2, 1 music.
That's it. By the way, let's not to get off rails here,
please.
But I think let's chart that segment too. We should track that segment in the future. Who are you? That could be a great segment. Who are you?
Who are you?
Atlanta.
All right.
Is there other spot to use them? See, they're going to be popular though. But I think they're going to win, and you get to just survive another day and mark Atlanta off. Because if you don't use them now, I don't know when you will.
Yeah, that's where I came down. I have one spot for Colts. I have less than 5, Sam, for the record. I think I've got 4 spots. So
okay.
I'll use with the one spot. I used Colts in most of them already. So I'll use the one spot I have left in Colts. With Colts, I'll use them. I'm going to use at least 1 or 2 Atlanta, but now you got me thinking Chiefs. I don't know that I can do it in Survivor. Just to come back to the hold, please. Packers, Lions, Chiefs, Cowboys, Bengals, Ravens on Thanksgiving. I guess maybe Ravens. And then if you go to Christmas, you got Cowboys, Commanders, Lions, Vikings, Broncos, Chiefs. So you might be able to get away without using Chiefs. If you had multiple entries, I might burn one here.
I like the 3 that we mentioned. I have a list of teams that I'm probably not going to use. So I want to quickly rifle through those and tell me if you guys disagree. Okay, Buffalo off the bye at Carolina. I'd rather not use a team at Carolina because they play well at home, and it could be a 1-week bump for that. I want to see the Bills do it right before I start taking them with my survivor life. Philly Giants. Man, the Giants look so good right now. They're kind of scary right now. I don't want to pick on them. So if I have other options, I'd rather go there. New England, Cleveland. After a 3-game road trip, yes, they're on a roll. I want to see Drake May do it against a great defense. He's going to have his opportunity with Cleveland, so I don't want to use New England in Survivor. Cincinnati. Flacco, I don't think he's good. So everything came together last Thursday. And to bank on that performance happening again, because we all saw it last Thursday, I think is a little bit dicey, even though you're going against the backup quarterback. And then Baltimore, Chicago, look, yeah, I think Baltimore's going to win. But Lamar practiced for the first time yesterday. I don't know how healthy he is. I think he's going to be good to go. I expect this number to close at a touchdown or higher. But I want to see it from Lamar. I want to see him back from the injury. I want to see this team look good because they still only have 1 win on the season. So with so many options, that's a list that I'm probably not going to take. Buffalo, Philly, New England, Cincinnati, Baltimore.
I would do Baltimore. They're winning.
Would.
I don't know about covering. They should win.
Are you worried about Lamar's health? They still haven't said he's in yet.
I'm more worried that he's picking up those. Did you see the picture of him at the fast food place with the 2 trays?
The taco.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm like, dude, you eat like me. What are you doing? Aren't you recovering from an injury? Why do you have 2 plates, 2 containers?
I
That's
think
what I'm
know
worried
why.
about.
You know why, right?
No.
Dude, he was. All the stories about the video was he was high as hell.
Oh.
He was flying. Now, I don't know. Maybe you would be able to tell better than me. We can dissect that further. Matt Fortune on the other side. College football. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P with you on this Thursday. Let's get to some college football. Some good matchups to talk about, some impactful matchups, even though potentially a handful of blowouts. There's always a betting angle to all of these. Joe, Sammy P. Let's bring in our buddy Matt Fortuna. He is a college football analyst, founder of the Inside Zone. Find his work, InsideZoneMF.com over on X. Matt_Fortuna. Matt, how you feeling, man?
Good. Any gambling news today? I just dropped my kids off at school. I've been out of it.
I just saw Damon Jones was arrested too, Joe. He's an assistant coach in the NBA. So that's Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, Terry Rozier. I don't think this is going to stop at 3 names. That's what I think, Tuna. I don't think we stop at 3.
Yeah, I don't either. I just, I hope they're not overselling, under-delivering like they did with like the FBI did when they thought they were going to fix college basketball and they sent a couple like pretty innocent people to jail. Like, I mean, hopefully this is like actually worth the headlines we're giving it right now. Otherwise it might be a waste of everybody's time and just, the FBI trying to get a couple of cheap headlines. But I'm jaded. I've seen this before with college basketball, not in the gambling space, but it's definitely juicy, especially when a sitting NBA head coach who happens to be a Hall of Famer ends up with potential ties to the mafia.
Yeah, well, when the director of the FBI is involved, I think it's serious. So, the press conference is going to be starting up in a little bit. We'll make sure to pass it along, a lot of the information that comes out of there. Matt, I'm going to start with a team that probably a lot of people are not talking about this coming week, but maybe they should be talking more about. We started having the Notre Dame conversation about how good they really were last week. And now people are starting to see it after that USC loss, win in the elements over the weekend. And, in the gambling space, like Sam's one of them with his power rankings. We started talking to more and more people that even though they have 2 losses, they are rated as a top 5 team in the country. When you look at the Irish, how good is Notre Dame?
I think it's a really good football team. I think it's a football team that's hitting its stride. I think, you need to root for Miami if you're Notre Dame. That loss Friday does not help because Miami now does not control its own destiny in the ACC race. But I don't think there's any shame, right, in losing to Miami and Texas A&M by a total of 4 points. I think those are 2 teams that will be right there in the playoff picture at the end, as will Notre Dame. I mean, the schedule certainly helped, but you got to remember they're breaking in a first-time starter quarterback who's a redshirt freshman that Miami game, and they had a new defense coordinator in Chris Ash those first 2 games as well. And I'm not saying this is the steel curtain overnight, but you've seen this group adapt to Chris Ash, get much better throughout the course of the season. They had a few hiccups early against USC, but they're able to really control that game in the second half. And I think, in a year where it feels like it's Ohio State everybody, and even then I think Ohio State is beatable. I put Notre Dame right up there. I mean, I've seen them as high as 3 in some people's power ratings. I don't know if I go that high right now. But I do think you put them on the field against anyone, they're going to have a good chance to win.
It makes people irate, though, to say that. And I have no affinity for Notre Dame. I don't particularly like Notre Dame, but the numbers really, they speak to you. When you come out of a power rating and you've got Ohio State 1, Bama 2, Oregon 3, Notre Dame 4. And I sent it to my buddy who's been making numbers for 20 years in Vegas, and I said, my numbers aren't right. I don't have, any reason why Notre Dame should be 4. And he goes, yeah, you're right. Your numbers are wrong. I have them 2. And I'm like, oh, my God. Now, that's not a team that maybe deserves the accolades of being one of the top 3 teams perceptionally. But if I was making a list of 3 teams Ohio State wouldn't want to play, I think Notre Dame would be in that top 3. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, I do worry a little bit about these guys in situational football. Again, they played 2 close games, and they lost both close games. Even the USC game, they kind of rolled out the red carpet for USC to go out there and steal it on Saturday night, and Lincoln Riley had one of the worst play calls I've ever seen in my life that ultimately undid the Trojans with that one. But, Notre Dame has a quarterback right now in C.J. Carr who, while not Brady Quinn yet, is probably the best quarterback they've had since Brady Quinn, which is 20 years ago now. They're able to outscore people and get into track meets if need be. And look, they've got the best running back tandem in the country as well. Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love combined for nearly 500 yards, all-purpose yards against USC on Saturday night. The schedule is very, very soft after this bye week, right? I mean, they get probably an undefeated Navy team at home at night, which could be a challenge just with the new defense coordinator at Notre Dame. And they go to Pittsburgh in the penultimate week of the season. Pittsburgh seems to have found a second gear since they made the quarterback switch to Mason Heinzel. But again, these are all games Notre Dame will probably be double-digit favorites in. And as long as they don't trip over themselves, they'll be 10-2. And I imagine they'll be right there in the playoff mix. They need some cards to align for them, externally. But I just have a hard time seeing a team on a 10-game winning streak that played for a national championship a year ago being left out at the end of the day.
Matt, before we dive into this week's card and these matchups going down, let's zoom out a little bit. When you consider the number of teams that you think could win the championship, could win, how long is that list, man? How many teams do you think?
Yeah, in a wide open year like this one, I think you could almost go double digits, right? And again, I'm not saying these teams will, but I mean, how many from the SEC could, right? Between Alabama, Georgia. I don't think Vanderbilt can win it all, but Vanderbilt, I think, is a real playoff contender with what they've shown so far. I think you've got 3 teams in the Big Ten that can stake their claim to being legitimate national title contenders. Notre Dame's right there. I think Miami's right there as well. So maybe a little less than double digits, but 6, 7, 8. I think there's a healthy group right now. And again, I think Ohio State's the best team in the country. I don't think they're unbeatable. This is a team that still has not proven that it can run the football when it needs to. And when you get to those playoff games, the semifinal games, the national championship, it's all about situational football. We saw Penn State screw up in that regard in the semifinals last year. We saw Texas mess up in that regard at the goal line against Ohio State in the semifinals last year. So I think all these teams are flawed to some degree, and that's what makes this championship race so exciting.
Who wins more playoff games, A&M, Indiana?
Indiana. Well, I'm sure Indiana will be in. I'm not sure A&M will be in with the schedule. I think they'll be in, but I think A&M's just flawed enough defensively too, where they can get got early on. And Indiana, I mean, I don't know what more you can say about them after that Oregon game. I understand some people had some questions going into that, but I mean, they were the better team in all 3 phases in that Oregon game, right? If not for a pick 6, they win that game on the road in a hostile environment by at least 17 points. So, there's very few things I can say negative about Indiana right now. We'll ultimately see probably them against Ohio State in the Big Ten title game. That should be pretty epic. But, I think Indiana's good for at least 1 or 2 playoff wins at the very least.
Vanderbilt hosts Missouri. Is Vanderbilt a playoff team?
I think they have a chance. And it's pretty crazy, right? We're here on, October 23rd, and we're talking about Indiana and Vanderbilt, making championship runs. I mean, it goes to show you how upside down this college football season has been. But as long as Vanderbilt takes care of business this week, I think they've got games at Tennessee and they've got games at Texas. That Texas one does not look as intimidating as we all thought it would be at the beginning of the season. This is a Vanderbilt team that I think had a real chance to beat Alabama on the road. Diego Pavia, their best player, had 2 uncharacteristic red zone turnovers that ultimately ruined any chance they had of springing the upset. If they win this weekend as a home favorite, which I think they will, and if they win one of those 2 on the road, we're talking about probably a 10-2 SEC team, and that's going to get you in. We saw number 9-3 SEC teams last year that were on the brink of the playoffs. So 10-2 Vanderbilt will be a playoff team. Can they get there? They got to stay healthy. They're still not good enough to the point where they can just roll the balls out and beat whoever they're lining up against. But this is a very disciplined football team with a magician back there, a quarterback who I think can win them some games on his own. And I think they're going to be right there in the mix at the end of the season.
I was laughing last night. I sent a text out to one of my buddies who works at the Westgate, and I said, "What do you need this weekend? What does the house need?" And he laughed. He put LOL. We need North Carolina. They need them every week now, man, because nobody wants to bet on Carolina and everybody wants to bet against. Virginia's a very hot team right now, very sexy. Joe and I, yesterday we played a game called 3-2-1 where we have to list a team to do something, and Paul says, who's winning the ACC? And Joe and I both said Virginia. Now that that's happened, and now that we have sexified Virginia, Is there any chance you could stomach a UNC plus 10.5 bet this weekend?
I won't put it down myself, but I could see it. I mean, I made the mistake of taking Cal last week, and Carolina should have won that game. They fumbled going into the end zone for the go-ahead touchdown in the fourth quarter. I mean, that was a very sloppy performance by Cal. For all the bad we could say about Bill Belichick's team this year, they didn't quit, right? I mean, we're talking about a Friday night game 3 time zones away in the Bay Area, and they were right there in position to win it at the end. So I do think they'll get 1 or 2 ACC wins here. Does it happen this week? I don't know. I think Virginia's been playing with fire a little bit. They should have lost at home last week against Washington State. They are very lucky in the sense that their only loss is to NC State in a game that didn't count toward the conference standings. They scheduled it at a conference. So Virginia technically controlled its own destiny in the ACC race right now. 10.5 is a lot to be given on the road, in my opinion. But my question is, can the Fighting Bill Belichicks get up 2 weeks in a row and come close to springing an upset like they did last week? I don't know. I just think at some point you lose enough games close or otherwise, that has a worrying effect. And again, that's a team I want nothing to do with from a betting standpoint. I thought it was a lock last week that they'd lose by double digits on the road, and it didn't happen. So shame on me, but I'm going to stay away from Carolina from now on.
With Matt Fortuna, InsideZoneMF.com. Make sure you check that out. Let's go Oklahoma, Ole Miss. 5.5. Mateer's third game back. We haven't seen an impressive performance as he's slowly healing with that, coming back from that injury. What do you think about this Oklahoma-Ole Miss matchup? This is just the start here for the Sooners. It is a rough go the rest of the way.
Yeah, and I think Oklahoma proved a lot to me last week with the bounce-back win on the road at South Carolina as convincingly as they did. Defense travels, as they say, and that defense has looked really, really good. I don't want to say throw out the Texas game, but regardless of who's playing, regardless of who's coaching, regardless of what the year is, that game never makes sense, right? Like, it's so not indicative of how each team's season ultimately ends up. You get bragging rights, but as far as being in the SEC race, I mean, I still think Oklahoma's got, a much better chance of making a run here than Texas does. I like Oklahoma in a close one. I don't know if I would take the points. I mean, I just think, Ole Miss is dynamic offensively. Trinidad Chambliss looked really good for 3 quarters at Georgia. And ultimately, Georgia kind of figured him out defensively and was able to keep the ball away from him in the fourth quarter. I think it's a big ask of Lane Kiffin and his bunch to go on the road after a devastating loss like that last week and upset Oklahoma. I actually parlayed Oklahoma money line with Navy minus 14. I know that line has since gone up, but I love Navy at home against FAU. I like Oklahoma to win this one, but that line, I mean, you said 5.5. I saw it at 4.5 yesterday, so it's moving a lot. I don't know if I want to take Oklahoma with that spread, but I do think ultimately they prove victorious this weekend.
I don't think Dampier is going to play for Utah. That's my opinion. I have no intel there. That is just my guess. I don't think he's right. They brought him back last week. They taped the ankle. They shot him up like a mule. I don't think he's going to play. If that's the case, we can get behind Colorado plus 13.5, no?
Oh, I don't know. This Colorado team, I mean, they're a different team at home than they are on the road. Obviously, we saw them with the big upset of Iowa State a couple weeks ago, but there's not a whole lot I like about this Colorado team. Talk about a team that's bad at situational football. The clock management's been funky all season long. They turn the ball over too much. Utah, regardless who's playing quarterback, is one of the toughest places to play in the country. It's one of the best home field advantages, Rice-Eccles Stadium. I know Texas Tech had their way with them last month, but no Dampier, I would stay away. But if Dampier's playing, I mean, I think you got to take Utah at 13 or 13.5.
Matt, literally every week this year, there's a new hot name. There's a new favorite for the Heisman. It's a different quarterback.
Yeah.
So where do we go with this? Are we missing something? Are we missing a non-quarterback that could have a big run at the very end? Are we missing the quarterback that's played all right, but they're set up to impress in big spots in the end? What are you thinking when it comes to Heisman?
The guy with the shortest odds out of non-quarterbacks is Jeremiah Love, who's coming off a huge performance against USC last week. Usually I'd say Notre Dame guy has no chance because they're not playing on conference championship weekend, which is ultimately the final dress rehearsal. But if you look at the last 3 years, I mean, Travis Hunter won it last year. He didn't play in a conference title game. 23, Jaden Daniels won it kind of by default after Bo Nix laid an egg against Washington in the conference championship game. And 22, Caleb Williams won it, and he got hurt in what ended up being a blowout in the Pac-12 championship game against Utah. So I do think recent history is on Jeremiah Love's side in that regard. I just don't know if Notre Dame's going to hand him the ball off enough to ultimately put up the kind of numbers that you need to ultimately win this thing as a non-quarterback. I mean, you look at Ashton Genty last year, 2,600 yards, ended up being the runner-up. Jeremiah Love's not going to finish with that many yards. And this is a team that wants to make a playoff run, and that did not have a healthy Jeremiah Love during the playoff run last year. So I don't think Notre Dame ultimately will put him in position where he has a realistic chance of winning the Heisman, but he is that good. He's got a great personal story, and he's a highlight reel waiting to happen on every single play. So I think he could get to New York. As far as quarterbacks, I mean, I don't think Julian Saban's going to win it. As good as he's been, I just think Ohio State's going to ultimately split the votes between him, Jeremiah Smith, and potentially Carnell Tate. And then, look, is Fernando Mendoza going to win it if he loses the Big Ten title game to Ohio State? Probably not, unless it's an epic shootout where ultimately his defense collapses. So I think the safest bet is in the SEC right now. Probably Ty Simpson, maybe Marcel Reed if he keeps it up. But you got a number of quarterbacks there in the SEC who I think are ultimately going to be fighting for that top spot.
Matt Fortuna, Matt_Fortuna on X, InsideZoneMF.com. We appreciate your time. Enjoy all the football this weekend. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We'll get to some college football plays later on this hour, 11 a.m. Eastern Hour. Paul Charchian, he'll break down the Vikings side of things with Thursday Night Football, also help you out with fantasy and some of your lineup conundrums. Chuck Esposito will tell us what the book is looking for, NFL and college, coming up this weekend. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, you've got Bet Sweats. All right, the biggest story of the day is a no-doubter. It's about the NBA and has nothing to do with what happened on the court last night. It's about what's going on off the court, and the FBI is involved. If you missed the news, Terry Rozier, Heat guard, was arrested. Chauncey Billups, also, he was coaching a game last night. Now he's under fire. Let's get to some details. There is a press conference that is going on right now. I'm going to throw it to U.S. Attorney Joseph Nocella. Take a listen here on Bet Sweats.
To be clear, we're announcing today indictments in two major cases, both involving fraud. One involves sports betting, and the other involves illegal gambling, very specifically rigged poker games. The first indictment involves 6 defendants who are alleged to have participated in one of the most brazen sports corruption schemes since online sports betting became widely legalized in the United States. This scheme is an insider sports betting conspiracy that exploited confidential information about National Basketball Association athletes and teams. The second indictment involves 31 defendants alleged to have participated in a nationwide scheme to rig illegal poker games. These defendants, which include former professional athletes, used high-tech cheating technology to steal millions of dollars from victims in underground poker games that were secretly fixed. The games in the New York area were backed by the Bonanno, Gambino, and Genovese crime families of La Cosa Nostra. While the cases are separate, there are 3 overlapping defendants charged in both cases: Damon Jones, Eric Ernest, and Shane Hennon. The indictments in these cases contain only allegations, and the defendants are presumed innocent until they are proven guilty in a court of law. But my message to the defendants who've been rounded up today is this: your winning streak has ended. Your luck has run out. Violating the law is a losing proposition, and you can bet on that. First, I would like to talk about United States versus Ernest, the NBA basketball gambling case. The defendants in this case are Eric Ernest, Marvez Farley, Shane Hennon, DeNiro Laster, Damon Jones, a former NBA player and coach, and Terry Rozier, a current NBA player. Other co-conspirators were previously charged for their roles in the scheme, including former NBA player Jonte Porter. Between December 2022 and March 2024, these defendants perpetrated a scheme to defraud by betting on inside, non-public information about NBA athletes and teams. The non-public information included when specific players would be sitting out future games, or when they would pull themselves out early for purported injuries or illnesses. They relied on corrupt individuals, including Jones and Rozier. They also misused information obtained through long-standing friendships that they had with NBA players and coaches. And in at least one instance, they got their information by threatening a current player, Porter, because of his pre-existing gambling debts. Defendants used this non-public information to place hundreds of thousands of dollars in fraudulent bets, mostly in the form of prop bets on individual player performance. The bets were placed through online sports books and also in person at casinos. The defendants relied on a network of straw bettors to place the maximum amount of bets to increase their potential profits. Most of these bets succeeded, and the intended losses were in the millions of dollars. The defendants then laundered their illegal winnings in various ways: peer-to-peer platforms, bank wires, and simple cash exchanges. The indictment details specific examples where the defendants profited from illegal gambling and illegal betting on various NBA games about the performance of players on, among other things, the Charlotte Hornets, the Portland Trail Blazers, the Los Angeles Lakers, and the Toronto Rangers. Each defendant in the NBA basketball gambling case has been charged with conspiracy to commit wire fraud and conspiracy to commit money laundering. Now, I would like to turn to the other case, United States versus Aiello, the rigged poker game case. Beginning as early as 2019, the defendants in this case orchestrated a scheme to use wireless cheating technology to run rigged poker games across the United States, including in the Hamptons, Las Vegas, Miami, and Manhattan. The scheme targeted victims known as, quote, fish, who were often lured to participate in these rigged games by the chance to play alongside former professional athletes who were known as, quote, face cards. The so-called face cards included the defendant Chauncey Billups, who at the time of the scheme was a former NBA player and is currently the head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, and also Damon Jones, a former NBA player and coach. What the victims, the fish, didn't know is that everybody else at the poker game, from the dealer to the players, including the face cards, were in on the scam. Once the game was underway, the defendants fleeced the victims out of tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars per game. The defendants used a variety of very sophisticated cheating technologies, some of which were provided by other defendants in exchange for a share of the profits from the scheme. For example, they used off-the-shelf shuffling machines that had been secretly altered in order to read the cards in the deck, predict which player at the table had the best poker hand, and relay that information to an off-site operator. The off-site operator sent the information via cell phone back to a co-conspirator at the table, and that person at the table was known as the quarterback. The quarterback then signaled secretly the information he had received from others to others at the table, and together they used that information in order to win their games and to cheat the victims.
All right, that was the voice of U.S. Attorney Joseph Nocella. Joseph ain't playing around. Obviously reading a very long statement there, giving some details, and we'll pass anything more that comes along that we think is worth it. But he was talking about two different cases basically at the same time, going back and forth a little bit, so we don't want to confuse those. But first you've got a sports betting case, and this is the one that Terry Rozier is involved in. Also Damon Jones and Jonte Porter. He mentioned numerous times there, and how he was involved too. And he was a guy that was threatened. They used confidential information of talking to players in the league, find out when they're playing, not playing, when they're going to be sitting out. Will they fake an injury and pull out of games in that? And what amazes me, Sam, on that case was how they were able to get down. Because when we talk about legalized sports betting in this country, the majority of sports books will not let you bet a ton on props. These books promote them, props, this is the next wave. And most of the people that we know, they get locked out, or there's only a limited amount of money. And according to the attorney there, Nocella, the U.S. attorney, he said they got millions down in bets, and how creative they were able to be using so many bettors that they were able to get millions down on props. That was amazing to me. not only have the information, but to use the information, get other people involved in your scheme, and then find a way to get millions down. So you've got the insider information with that sports betting scheme. And then you also have whatever's going on with Chauncey Billups. And he was getting into that a little bit. The rigged illegal poker games, that you've got a table with some fish, and then everybody else is in on it, including the dealer. 31 defendants, he said. 31 defendants in that case. And Damon Jones was also mentioned in that situation. Charlotte, Portland, LA Lakers. He said Toronto Rangers. He meant Toronto Raptors there. But wow, fascinating what is going on. So if they're sharing that, just imagine the real story and everybody that's really involved. We have 6, 7 people that were arrested this morning, but there's a lot more involved. When it all comes out in the wash, there's going to be a lot more people in trouble here. As he mentioned, 31 defendants in that specific case involving the illegal rigged poker games. So this is only the beginning, folks. Only the beginning. What's to come moving forward? Not quite sure. I think the almighty dollar, the dollars that they're getting from these legal sports books is going to continue. But does prop betting go away? Maybe. And people have been pointing out this morning that all the focus at the time was on the college athletes because, well, they're the guys not making much money. Well, that situation has changed. Oh, we can't have college prop bets. Oh, you can't, in Illinois, you can't bet on Illinois games because of the college kids. Almost every story that comes out is about the professionals. NBA, Major League Baseball, NFL, it's about the pros. It's not a lot about the college kids. Just saying. The colleges are doing a better job of watching this, and the pros are the ones getting busted. The pros are the ones that have all these schemes mapped out. Just saying. Certainly worth it there. Man. We do have, if you go back a little bit, Adam Silver, NBA commissioner, made an appearance on the Pat McAfee show. And this idea of what I'm talking about was brought up. And Silver went into detail a little bit with it. Do we dial back the prop betting? Is that going to go away? Because, with size and totals, it's hard. You have so many more people involved. And I saw a lot of videos going around this morning about Rozier. And look, it looks like he's intentionally missing here, intentionally missing there, playing an awful ball. Maybe that's the case. But let's take a listen to Adam Silver recently on the Pat McAfee show talking about dialing back the number of options you have when it comes to prop bets.
You hear from me. I wish there was federal legislation rather than state by state. I think you got to monitor the amount of promotion, the amount of advertising around it. And also, we've pulled back. It's not completely in our control, but we've asked some of our partners to pull back some of the prop bets, especially when they're on two-way players, guys who don't have the same stake in the competition, where, it's too easy to manipulate something which seems otherwise small and inconsequential to the overall score. Maybe, the couple of rebounds that some player, gets or whatever. So, we're trying to put in place and learning as we go and working with the betting companies some additional controls to prevent sort of some of that manipulation.
I think that's really good defense.
That's Pat McAfee with Adam Silver, the commissioner this week, of course, promoting the start of the new season. He makes an appearance, was making a number of appearances out there, and he was on the Pat McAfee show talking about the prop betting. Maybe. I think that's where we end up going. I think it's funny that a lot of these sports books have been promoting prop betting and same game parlays, and this is the way to go. Why? Because they make money on it. Because people want to do those same game parlays, get those lottery tickets together, and let's promote all the winners. Let's not talk about all the losers. They do it. They all do it. All of them are guilty. And then, well, what if prop betting goes away? Now what? Maybe it does. Maybe that's what's needed. I don't think me and Sam really care all that much We don't bet a lot of prop bets. There are some people that live in that industry. That's all they talk about. We're more sides and totals people. So, I mean, we'll continue to follow this. We'll pass along any other information. If there's more audio that we think is worth it, we'll make sure to bring that to you here on Bet Sweats. All right, coming up next, let's talk a little college football. Some of the games going down this weekend. Also, we haven't gotten to the quarterback injury news that we have across the league. A lot of lines were starting to adjust yesterday. We'll tell you which ones on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, I think we've got Sam here. Sam, you there? You good?
Hello.
Good to go? All right, good. We got you. Was your favorite part of the press conference when U.S. Attorney Joseph Nocella says, "Your winning streak is over"?
You could bet on that.
You can bet on it, yeah. Like, dude, stop. Who wrote? Exact. Paul
FBI
asked, who
needs
wrote
a
that?
speechwriter. Whoa, like,
I mean,
yeah.
Right? Wait, is there a posting for that?
I might be looking.
Okay. Yeah, that was fun. There was some comedy in there. He did lighten things up, but he was also making sure I gotta set the right tone. Hey, NBA players, stop doing this. Okay. Because he knows the sports books aren't going away. As we are in nearly every state throughout the country. That was very humorous, very funny. And Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. But what's not funny is what's going on, and the people that lost money, the people that were on the wrong side of those illegal rigged poker games, I'm sure they're not laughing right now. But, man, it's the tip of the iceberg, as they would say. All right, Sam, let's you're in New York because recording Bear Bets yesterday, so you've been doing a lot of college football content. Why don't we dive into that arena? I gotta say, like we were talking about Matt Fortuna, some of the games that are kind of interesting. I don't think it's the best card this week, but what has your attention?
The under in Northwestern and Nebraska is probably one of my favorite totals of the year. Not that I'm a tout, but if I was a tout, maybe I'd do my 3-star Big Ten total of the year, Joe. Maybe I would for 1999. I don't think these offenses are any good, and I think these defenses are much better than people realize. You're going to see a bunch of drives, I think, stall inside the 20, and I think we're going to have a very, very ugly Big Ten rock fight. I'm checking the weather right now in Lincoln. It doesn't look like it's going to be anything crazy. But it's really just, to me, two defenses that are very stingy. Northwestern's D has been very, very solid over the last, let's call it a month or so. They've tightened the screws, and I don't think we get a bunch of touchdowns. So that's my favorite bet. You're right, though. You don't really have a true, like, sense of marqueeness on this card. Like, what's the best game on the card? I guess LSU.
I think Ole Miss, Oklahoma. Like, I find that interesting.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe. I was going to say A&M LSU just for name value, but there's not like Auburn, Arkansas does nothing for me. And that's supposed to be one of the better games. TCU, West Virginia, no. I mean, just like you scroll down and like stop me when you see something great. Like, is there a game you know for a fact you're going to lock in and watch on Saturday?
No. There
me
isn't.
either.
Well, see, and I think this is part of it. You have three of the heavy hitters out. Ohio State, Georgia, Notre Dame not playing this weekend. And so, yeah, they don't have a top matchup. It does feel like we're stretching. Like Vandy, Missouri. Well, you're kind of lucky Vanderbilt's this good. They weren't expected to be this good this year. What do you think about this Indiana number? We're sitting 25.5. This is it wasn't supposed to be a game at all. And I'm not saying it's going to be a game, but a few weeks ago, the point spread was probably set to be a lot higher. You have UCLA. They've won 3 games in a row. And now all of a sudden that Penn State went, wait, is that impressive? I don't know. It was at the time, but a few weeks later, now it doesn't look as impressive as Penn State has rattled off 4 straight losses. But this is the definition of what we talk about a lot with the NFL. Fired coach bump, backup quarterback bump. Is that what's happening with UCLA? All the numbers would suggest that they still don't have a defense. That has not changed. And some of these teams that they did beat, they don't have offenses like the Indiana Hoosiers.
The number is so big. They want you to take UCLA, I think. Not that they're setting a trap for you, but you take a football team that's won 3 in a row. Honestly, Paul, I think we got jobbed in that game on Saturday. Maryland was in control for most of that game. It was so bad, and I had 10 toes down. Maryland's going to win outright. they got the lead, and then there was a brutal flag on our dog, on the Terps. I said they were going to win. I ended up taking 3 and 3.5. It lands 3. I pushed most of it, which sucked. There's nothing worse than watching a 3.5-hour, 4-hour football game, and your biggest position ends up in a tie. It's the worst. But we should have clipped UCLA then, and didn't. That's such a big number. But that said, most people I think are going to bet Indiana here, Joe. So I'm so befuddled by what to do with this number at 25, 26.
Yeah. It's like, how much do we completely recalibrate everything with UCLA? Are we there now? I don't know that we are. If I had to bet the game, I would take Indiana, but I think you're right. Most people are going to end up taking Indiana in this spot. Does anybody want to line up? And we know it's going to be in the room. You know that going in. Anybody going to line up with Nate Collins and take Virginia minus 10.5?
Yes.
I want to. Like, what's the reason not to? Like, strictly, it's going to be popular, right? Like, we've seen TCU, UCF, Clemson just destroy North Carolina. I thought Nate made an interesting point. Like, it's time for style points, guys. You want to be in the playoff? Let's get these style points, and here's an opportunity.
I like, for the purposes of this bet, I like that UVA had their trap game, almost lost to a very bad Wazoo team. Like, wake-up call, got reamed out after the win, called out after the win. So, yeah, for that purposes like that, plus the style points, you add that in. Look, it opened at 9. Wish I'd gotten it then, obviously. But it's never Carolina here. I think, Sam, you were asking Fortuna if he'd ever bet Carolina plus 10.5. I would never do that. It would only be a consideration for UV. I don't want to, be spending my own money on a program that's been an absolute disaster just because I guess they should have beaten a Cal team that's overachieved.
The issue with Carolina, too, is after you get that performance, which was a pretty solid showing considering how brutal their roster is, teams like that don't usually string consecutive games together that they play well in. So that's sort of where I'm at with the game. I think the point about Virginia kind of having a little bit of a dud, Carolina playing well, the perception is, that's a big number. But the truth is the wise guys laid 9, 9.5, and 10 to get it to 10.5. So that's some serious money to get it through the 10.
Yep. You've got Michigan. They're favored by more than 2 touchdowns. That's your Big Ten game on Saturday night on NBC. So it kind of, to your point, Sam, about the card, not the best here. Underwood, first time in that rivalry. He's going on the road in this spot. I do wonder if the 14.5 is a bit much. But do you guys have anything else that we have not mentioned yet that you want to throw out there to the people?
Here's a room play for sure. I have circled it. I have lassoed it. If this isn't in the room, I don't know the room. Alabama, minus 12 on the road. You know it, and I know it. The question is, can we get there on the Gamecocks catching points at home?
No.
Rough showing last week.
No,
that's
like
the whole
what?
Point.
No, I know, but like South Carolina, man, they give me with that team. I can't. With that team, I can't. I ring the bell.
A lot of cants here.
Guess.
A lot of cants here.
Ring the bell. Yeah, I'm not in a rush to lay with Bama by any means, but no, give me the case for South Carolina other than the room and me saying I can't.
Please hold.
Yeah, hold please.
Yeah.
I think it's just Bama, though. They've just been through such a gauntlet, and I mean, they've won.
I was
4
thinking
games.
last week Sam. I was thinking the exact same thing, but I was thinking last week was the spot. It was not against Tennessee.
Oh, I took Tennessee. I mean, to be fair, you felt good. Tennessee's on the goal line, and they throw a 99-yard pick six right at the end of the first half, and you go, okay, this bet's dead. But Tennessee still fought in the game. That was the game. The pick six changed the entire game. So Bama has 4 wins over currently ranked top 25 teams, the most in the country. Bama's got 4. Georgia, Indiana, Miami, Ohio State have 2. And then there's a bunch of teams that have 1. Oregon does not have a single win over a current top 25 team. Think about that, by the way. But this stretch that they've played, Georgia, Vandy, Mizzou, Tennessee, pow, all in a row,
yeah,
the letdown's got to come eventually, Joe. It's got to.
I know. I'm with you, but it's just the challenge is finding the spot, and so maybe this is it. I understand where you're coming from on that totally, because I've been expecting it. It's like, come on, when is this team going to let up, or just maybe they're by far the best team in the SEC. What we thought was all jumbled, maybe they're going to be the best one in the end. We shall see. You guys are saying that there's still the play as far as that conference goes, and I understand exactly where you're coming from. I was like, maybe I'll take a little bit of value here with Georgia. This is Bet Sweats. We wanted to address some line moves, and we got some quarterback information yesterday in the National Football League. Kansas City goes from 10 to 12.5 with the news that it's going to be Mariota and not Jaden Daniels. And then some other ones were smaller. But, Sam, I know a side that you like is San Francisco. San Francisco has been bet this week. This number was plus 2.5, and now they're down to plus 1.5 at Houston.
I love them in a teaser. 1.5 up. BetMGM has 1.5, so you could take that 1.5 through 3, through 7, up to 7.5. I think it's a very good teaser, along with a total that has come down. Total was 43.5. Now we're 41.5. Total coming down. You know what you're going to get from San Francisco. They're going to run the football. They're going to get Kittle involved. It's not a sexy team, but they keep finding ways to win, and I just do not trust this Texans offense. I don't trust them one bit.
Another dog that was bet this week, New Orleans, going up against Tampa Bay and all those injuries with Baker and the boys in Tampa. More on that coming up in a bit. Joe Sammy P. On the other side, let's head north to Minnesota. Talk to our guy, Paul Charchian, about this Thursday night football matchup and the rest of the week in fantasy football. You've got Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we keep on rolling in the NFL. Week number 8 begins tonight. Joe O, Sammy P. And it's going to be the Minnesota Vikings and the LA Chargers. And to look ahead to that game and the rest of the card, whether we're talking about prop betting or fantasy, who better than to bring on Paul Charchian at Paul Charchian over on X of Guillotine Leagues, friend of the program, living up in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Charch, how you feeling, man?
Not good about the Vikings tonight. I can tell you that much. I do not see.
Really?
I do not see a victory coming. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things working against Minnesota in this particular matchup, and I'll give you some prop plays to try potentially take advantage of some of these specific individual matchups that I believe really lean Chargers tonight.
Okay, well, you throw that out there. Let's just get right to it. What do you like?
Okay. Well, let's start here. I want to go begin with Quentin Johnston over 41.5 yards, and his anytime touchdown is plus 170. And I'll throw this out as just a hedge. This is high risk because there's so many receiving options in the Chargers offense. There's 4 legitimate ones. But he's got a unique matchup. He's physically imposing. He's 6'3", 210 pounds. He wins contested catches. He boxes out small defenders. The Vikings have faced 2 similarly built receivers this year. DK Metcalf went for 126 yards and a touchdown. And then last week, A.J. Brown, 121 yards and 2 touchdowns. So big physical receivers have gotten it done against Minnesota because they don't have a matchup for big physical receivers. The 2 Vikings starting cornerbacks are small. Byron Murphy is 5'11", 190. Isaiah Rodgers is 5'10", 170 pounds. So Johnson can win one-on-one battles with those guys with his size. The Vikings have one larger cornerback, but it's Jeff Okudah, and he's awful. He has allowed a 100% completion rate in his coverage this year. Pro Football Focus ranks Jeff Okudah 152nd at the cornerback position. So no matter who matches up on Johnston, he's got a winnable matchup. And he's the 9th most used receiver in end zone targets in the league, almost 1 per game. So Johnston over 41.5 yards and the anytime touchdown plus 170.
Charch, we need your help here. And maybe you're looking for some help when it comes to the same subject. It is not really fantasy or prop betting related, though it does have something to do with your Vikings. I don't understand the emergency quarterback thing. What is going on? You're either good enough to play, you're healthy enough to play, or you're not. This was a situation on Sunday. It's the situation tonight. J.J. McCarthy, Wentz has been in. We know he was injured, all that, but he's healthy enough to be the emergency quarterback if 2 quarterbacks go down, but he's not healthy enough to play. What is going on? Is this a soft benching?
It is not a soft benching, but there are shenanigans happening here, and I'll explain what is going on. Original timetable for McCarthy, back when he suffered the ankle sprain week 2, should have put him on the field last week, week 7, coming out of Minnesota's bye. And if the Vikings thought he was going to miss more time than that, they should have put him on IR, right? Because that would have freed up a roster spot. If they thought he was going to miss more than 4 weeks, IR would have been the answer. But they didn't do that, which is interesting. The most probable explanation, Occam's razor, is that he had a setback on the ankle and nobody's talking about it. He's still walking with a limp right now. And if that's the case, if you're the Vikings, why not just say he had a setback? Why all the cloak and dagger? Why continue to let these conversations, soft benching conversations, continue when you could have just said he had a setback on the ankle? That's it. That's all you had to say. But the Vikings haven't done that, despite the fact that clearly, if your ankle injury is still not right and you didn't put him on IR, that's almost certainly what happened. And the other part about the soft benching that doesn't make sense, it's not like Carson Wentz is playing so well that you're leaving McCarthy on the bench so you can have your better quarterback in. Carson Wentz looked awful last week. So the soft benching does not make sense. It's not that. He almost certainly has had an unannounced setback, and that's what's going on with J.J. McCarthy.
How good Sam Darnold been last 2 calendar years, huh?
Oh, God. Well, that's the other talker in Minnesota. So keep in mind, the Vikings finished last season with a lot of different paths at quarterback. Luxury, really. They had in their camp, they had Sam Darnold, who right now is an MVP contender. I know the betting odds don't look like it, but he absolutely is. Then they also had Daniel Jones in their building, MVP contender right now. They also had Aaron Rodgers, who wanted to play for the Vikings, and they eschewed him. And they went with J.J. McCarthy, to this point, through 1.5 seasons, they've gotten 2 games out of and 1 good quarter of play from J.J. McCarthy. So Viking fans are pretty salty about it looks like the Vikings have, at least in the short term, prior to us really knowing anything about J.J. McCarthy, they've managed to thread the needle to the worst possible quarterback solution that they could have chosen.
One more Vikings question for you before we move on to the rest of the card. I know you've got some props that you want to discuss as well. I started looking big picture. No, I'm not on K-Fan today, but I just started looking big picture at the Vikings and the rest of the schedule. And, it's funny. We spend so much time in the off. I mean, we spend so much time in the offseason. Okay, this is the easiest schedule. This is the hardest schedule. We have no idea. None of us know. We can look at win totals and projections and all that stuff. We're all just guessing, right? Nobody really thought the Indianapolis Colts were going to be a top 5, top 6 team in the NFL, but here we are right now. That's exactly what they are. They're 6th in Super Bowl odds. It's no joke. And now you're like, whoa, the Cowboys, they're better than we thought. That's a top 3 offense in this league, no doubt about it. We're going to Seattle. Like, there are people saying that they could win the NFC. That's how impressive they've been on both sides of the ball. So it was a tough schedule to begin with. And now the games that you thought you were going to be favored or have a really good chance of winning, those are a lot tougher. Like, I'm looking at the upcoming games chart. I ran right to the win totals. I'm like, what is the updated win total on the Vikings? 7.5. Are there 4 more wins on the schedule? I don't see it.
Not apparent wins, and they get Baltimore week 10. The Vikings do at home. By week 10, this Baltimore team's going to be healthy. I mean, the reason they've struggled so much has been almost entirely and directly related to all their injuries. That's not going to be a factor by week 10 in all probability. So that game, which for a little while looked like it was winnable, is going to be harder. Bears rounding into form now, right? So they got the Bears week 11. Bears starting, it looks like Ben Johnson is pulling that team all together. He's establishing his new Montgomery and Gibbs in the form of DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai. That team's starting to come together. There's not one game left on the Vikings schedule that you can point at and go, that's probably a win. They are all either grinders or they're tilted away from Minnesota the entire rest of the schedule.
I'm looking at this list you sent across. You got the running back unders in both Cleveland and New England. They play each other. Coincidence, or you shorten both guys separately?
It is coincidence, and let's talk about it. My favorite play of the weekend from a prop standpoint is Ramondre Stevenson under 17.5 rushes against Cleveland. Patriots offensive line struggling. Ramondre tends to do exactly as well as his offensive line allows. And against the Browns, that's going to be very little. And when Ramondre flops, he flops hard. He's had 3 good games. He's had 4 bad games. In those 4 flop games, he's averaged 22 rushing yards, 13 receiving yards. He is 1 game removed from an 18-yard game. And his flop is absolutely in play. Here's Cleveland, it's the best run defense in the league. They're number 1 in ESPN's run stuff win rate, number 1 in Pro Football Focus's run defense ranking, number 1 in rush defense success rate, number 2 in rush defense EPA, and number 1 in yards before contact. And when he does have these flop games, he averages 7 rushes a game. 7. He's only topped 17.5 rushes 1 game all year. That's it. I don't even know what we're doing at a 17.5 over under on rushes. Seems, he's got to have an elite out of the ordinary game, and that ain't happening against the Browns.
With Paul Charchian here on BetSweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. That game actually is kind of fascinating. It's a large point spread, and you certainly understand why, because of how well the Patriots are playing right now. But you've got Drake May, who has now entered the MVP conversation. Like, he's on the fringe with Baker, right? Who didn't look great the other day. And he's performing to a high level, Drake May is, but against weak teams. You have a weak team, but you have a great defense. So I'm fascinated to see this one. Is there any hesitation? Has Drake May just been so good? he's a lock-in guy, opponent doesn't matter? Or do you look at it this week and say, he hasn't faced a defense like the Browns. Maybe if you have another option, it's worth considering.
We're starting Drake May. First, we start him all the time, no matter what at this stage, because the rushing receiving combo is just so good for him. But also the way you beat the Browns is through the air. Just talked about how impossible it is to run on the Browns. It's also really, it's just, they're a mediocre pass defense and an elite run defense. They're going to pass a ton in this game. Lots of volume coming. There's some strong individual matchups as well, including Stephon Diggs. Kayshon Boutte is a possible play as well for this team. We're going to see enough volume here that we're going to start the elements that we would normally start from a fantasy standpoint against the Browns through the air only. You're not going to touch Ramondre, as I mentioned, in the running game. And Sam, you alluded to Quinshon Judkins. Can we hit on that for just a minute in a game that I think will be difficult for him? Do we have time? All right. Of course. Over under 71.5 rushing yards. We're going to take the under here. Patriots. Everything we're seeing about the Patriots now, and they look like a playoff team, and everybody's talking about Drake May, MVP, totally legit. The other thing that they've done to change their fortunes is they've turned into an elite run defense. They're seeing the fourth fewest rushing plays overall. They're allowing the fifth fewest fantasy points to runners. They've got the fifth best run defense EPA, the third best yards before contact. No runner is top 49 yards against the Patriots, and this number is 71.5. I think people are reliving last week's Browns game in the rain when that's all anybody could do was run the ball. Patriots are 7-point favorites. And if you think it's going to be a one-sided game, the game script tilts away from Quinshon Judkins. He also doesn't catch. So I don't like Judkins anywhere near this number of 71.5 rushing yards. We're taking the under.
Are there any blow?
Sorry, Joe.
Go ahead, Sam.
There's a book hanging $1.95 on Lamar to score. Not throw, cross the goal line, of course, as you know. I understand we want to wait and see. But we ain't going to see 195 a lot on Lamar. Are you interested in an anytime touchdown?
I don't think he's playing. So, I mean, there's that. So, I think your risk level here,
really?
Get your ticket back if he doesn't play. So, well, that seems to be the area it's going in, right? Did not practice yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He was out there. He was out there because I'm here in Chicago, as you know, and Bears fans were freaking out about it. Like, oh no, we might get the Lamar game coming back.
It might get him back. I mean, the whole thing changes if it's him versus Cooper Rush or Tyler Huntley. Plus 190 is awfully good. Now, a hamstring injury in theory would limit him, but plus 190 gets to be pretty compelling for a guy who's usually sitting at probably plus
130
most weeks.
Yeah.
So that makes there is something to be had at that price at plus 190.
That one makes things complicated for sure. We'll see what happens on tomorrow's injury report, the final injury report of the week. But are there any specific quarterback situations that really stand out or they jumble things, whether it be receiver or anything? There are so many spots. We got a new quarterback with the Jets. We don't know about Kyler. We talked about the Vikings. Now Bryce Young is out. Jaden Daniels now out. It messes a lot of things up. And we have 6 teams on bye, Charge.
We got 6 teams on bye. Can we talk about Justin Herbert tonight?
Mm-hmm. Please
Let's do it. His line is 250.5 yards, which is second highest line. It's a big number, but I think there's a chance this Vikings defense is a paper tiger. Until last week, the Vikings had played for opposing quarterbacks Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, Jake Browning, Aaron Rodgers, and Dylan Gabriel. So on paper, they looked really, really good. Then last week, they play their first proven good passer, Jalen Hurts, and he toys with the Vikings. He has a 4 incompletion game. He throws for 326 yards and 3 scores. And it's one thing for Brian Flores, Vikings defensive coordinator, to scramble the brains of Dylan Gabriel and Jake Browning with exotic pre-snap looks. But Justin Herbert's seen it all, right? That's a totally different story. He is not going to be affected that way. He probably gets Joe Alt back at tackle. That's a huge plus. He's topped 38 pass attempts in 4 of the past 5 games. And if he's going to throw that much, 250 yards gets to be pretty easy for Justin Herbert. And I like him over that number tonight. And it already told you earlier, I like Quentin Johnson as part of that passing attack.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, I think a lot of people have it in their minds that the Vikings have a top-notch defense. Did not look great over the weekend with the deep ball, and they'll be tested again tonight. Charch, appreciate your time at Paul Charchian over on X. Make sure you check out Guillotine Leagues. Enjoy the game tonight and the rest of the week, all right?
Thanks, guys. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Good stuff with Paul Charchian, as usual. Let's get a book report. NFL, college football. What do the books need? Where's the sharp money going? We'll find out from our buddy Czech Esposito coming up next. Yo, Sammy P, you got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Every Thursday on the show, we get a book report, go out to one of our friends, usually Las Vegas, and find out where the sharp money is going, some of the movement that we've seen, and plenty of movement, especially in the NFL this week, Sammy, because of all the quarterback uncertainty that we have. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, and Sam Paniotovich. It's a busy, busy time on the sports calendar, especially if you're running a sports book like Chuck Esposito is over at Station Casinos. You've got the NFL in full swing. Same deal with college football. The World Series starts tomorrow night, and now the NBA season is underway. Chuck, thanks for taking time and joining us. How you doing?
Oh, my pleasure, guys. Always great to jump on with you. And you're right. It's so much going on. And us, of course, the NHL as well with the Vegas Golden Knights. So very busy time in sportsbooks out here in Vegas.
Well, I hate to start this way, Chuck, but it's the news of the day with this Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, Damon Jones, FBI's getting involved in all that. When you hear that an NBA player like Terry Rozier is potentially on the hook for shaving points for a long, long time, like, what's your reaction to that?
You know, I'm just kind of getting caught up with it this morning as well, guys, and just, a little bit head scratching, and going to go back and kind of look at some past games and just kind of do some investigating on our own side as well to look at it. But at this point, I'm still, kind of gathering all the information.
Yeah. What's kind of fascinating about this, and you're in the Vegas perspective, so it's a little bit different than where sports betting has been legalized elsewhere. But a lot of these books, they promote prop bets, same game parlays, prop bets. Why? We know why, because they hit at a very high rate. And a lot of the younger generation is into the prop bets. And myself and Sam, we're a little bit older, but we're more sides and totals guys. But they promote it. And Adam Silver was talking about it earlier this week on the Pat McAfee show that maybe we need to dial it back. And that's it. Like, if you want to come up with the easiest way to cheat, whether you're a pro, whether you're in college, fake an injury, whatever it is, it's prop betting. It's much more challenging. It's happened. Like, we all remember the Tim Donaghy scandal, but it is certainly much more challenging when you have an entire team that would have to be involved, and word would likely get out. But, I do wonder if the prop betting maybe not go away, but it's cut back immensely.
Yeah, it's hard to say, guys. I know you're absolutely right, though. I mean, I hear from a lot of younger guests that they really they target the prop betting, the same game parlays, the live aspect of wagering, so you can wager throughout the course of the game. The second it tips off or kicks off or first pitch, that is so appealing right now. So those are all popular wagering options that have grown, so much interest and increased handle so much, and the largest growth has been in those areas. So it is something that, we would definitely have to take a look at as well.
Curious your handle. Let's move to the NFL here, Chuck. Curious what you're seeing, what the guys are betting you on Baltimore, Chicago. We just had Paul Charchian on, who does a lot of fantasy work in the space, and he says he doesn't think Lamar's playing. Obviously, the market says that it's likely that he does play, but have you taken anything either side, Chicago or Baltimore, noticeable?
We have, guys, opening the game at 5.5. It was quickly pushed up to 6.5, which led us to believe that Lamar was playing. But you're right. I've started to read some stuff and hear that there's a good chance that he doesn't play. If he doesn't play, this line will definitely crash down. I mean, I think you look at the 49ers with all the injuries they've had, and it's been the kind of circle the wagons, and they've played, and they're 5-2. It's been the exact opposite for the Ravens, that as talented as Lamar is, that offense runs a little bit more schoolyard, and they're creative, and Lamar does a lot with his legs and his arm in that kind of scenario. That has not been the case without him. So early action has clearly been on the Ravens. Only about 60% of the tickets are on the Ravens right now. But if it comes out that he's not going to play, especially against a Bear team that's won 4 straight, I see this number coming down very, very quickly.
What is your mentality as someone running a sports book when it comes to quarterback uncertainty? So we have a couple of spots this week where we got word early. We know about Washington. We know about Carolina. Okay, they're going to the backup quarterback. The Jets too. I don't know that there's much of a difference, but they end up going to the backup quarterback. And then there are situations like this one we're talking about with Baltimore where you don't quite know. Do you prefer to know early in the week so you can get to a certain number as quick as possible? Or is the uncertainty not the worst thing in the world because there's going to be a lot of people kind of making their own opinions and betting both sides of it?
I would much prefer to know. I think the fact that we're in an information era now, and it's not only us that is tuned into everything and constantly looking and listening and watching. Our guests are just as sophisticated and on top of it as well. I would much rather know. And when it comes to starting quarterbacks like Lamar Jackson, I mean, it is such an impact to the overall line. You're right. The Jets, it's not going to be a major fall off. There really was a minimal movement of the line at all. It didn't move the needle really without Justin Fields with the struggles he's had. But somebody like Lamar or Jaden Daniels, when we don't know for sure, it really does affect the line dramatically. We've seen some of these marquee starting quarterbacks affect the line sometimes at least 7 points or more. So we saw a huge jump in Kansas City without Daniels, and I'm sure it'll be the same case if Lamar doesn't play for the Ravens on Sunday.
Speaking of Kansas City, I told Joe on Monday we had a cookout at the house on Sunday and had a lot of the boys over. And I think every single one has a ticket on the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. So we might as well just end the season now, Chuck. I'm sure you're there as well. I'm sure the Chief bets have come in over the last 3-4 weeks. What does the future book look like right now in the NFL?
It really doesn't look bad. And the strange thing is you guys are absolutely right. But I've done other media shows, and people always ask me, are the Chiefs back? And my response is they never left. I think you look at how talented they are with Mahomes. You've got Andy Reid. You've got Spags. Now you have a healthy Worthy. And bringing Rice back into the equation, they're phenomenal. And I think you look at Patrick Mahomes right now, and you can make a serious case that he's the MVP, that it's not Josh Allen. It is Patrick Mahomes right now. I know they're behind the Denver Broncos, who are 5-2, easily could be 7-0 without giving up 2 field goals at the end of the game. And the Chargers have really kind of stumbled after that 3-0 start. I'm not worried at all about the Chiefs. We've continued to lower them, and our conversation internally had been, you guys, you know what's going to happen. Everybody else is going to bet all these other teams, and we're going to hear the Chiefs are done. But come January, who's going to be right there? The Chiefs. So we did keep them relatively low, and actually we're in fairly good shape with the Chiefs as far as our future book liability goes.
With Chuck Esposito, race and sportsbook director for Station Casinos out in Las Vegas. On the NFL side of things, Chuck, respected money, where have they come in on as far as NFL sides?
Well, we've actually seen a little bit of a late push on the dog in tonight's game on the Vikings. We've seen this number start to come down just a little bit. We saw some sharp money come in, which I was a little surprised, but was on Carolina, plus the 8. We opened this game 8. Bills come off their bye, hadn't covered in the 2 straight games before they lost, didn't cover against the Dolphins, didn't cover against the Saints, then lost to the Patriots and Falcons. Yet coming off a bye, we've seen some sharp money come in on Carolina in that game. And those are the ones, and really some sharp money on the Saints. I know Tampa's kind of banged up a bit, but some sharp money has come in on the Saints too, and we've seen a 1.5 drop against Tampa. I think it's a product of how beat up Tampa is, but also it seems like once teams play Detroit, that next week they don't play as well. So I think that's kind of a factor as well on that game. But those are the 2 that really kind of stand out so far, guys.
How about Giants and Eagles? These 2 teams played a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, the Giants won outright. The number was Philly minus 7.5 in New Jersey. And now it's 7.5 in Philly. I think that's a little low, but the Giants have definitely gained some respect. Dart is fun, man. Dart and Dable, that's a fun combo in New York, New Jersey, huh?
It really is. I mean, it's a shame that they don't have Malik Neighbors there, so he could kind of have that growth with Scadaboo and Neighbors. I think it's low too. When we put it up, I kind of talked about it with my team. We were looking at the game, and I'm like, God, it's going to be really tough for the Giants to come back from what they gave up against Denver in the fourth quarter. And then it's a revenge game for Philly. Philly kind of similar to Kansas City. Same thing last year, 2-2. The internal problems, they're not that good. They just kind of go through the motions. And when they have to turn it up, they probably will. I thought the number was too low last week when they were only 1.5 or 2 point favorites against Minnesota. I still think it's low this week at 7. I clearly think this number is going to go up. In my mind, there's no question it doesn't go north of 7 and close in that 7.5 or 8 range on Sunday.
All right, with Chuck Esposito here. Chuck, let's jump over to the college football things, the slate that we have here. And as far as the action, what stands out? Is there specific respected play, public play? What jumps out when it comes to this weekend?
I think overall, guys, in college football, we've seen so much parity. You've seen so many great games and so many of the top 10 teams that have struggled and movement there. I mean, there's some really good games this week. I think the Ole Miss-Oklahoma game is a great game. Ole Miss comes off the loss. That's a really good game. We've seen a little bit of a push on Oklahoma in this game. We opened 4.5. The game has gone up to 5. The Vanderbilt game, too, the Vanderbilt-Missouri game. It's hard to believe that we're talking about Vandy and Mizzou at 15 and 10 in the country. Both teams come in at 6 and 1. Vandy opened up a 3-point favorite here. We've seen a little bit of money there. And then the A&M game against LSU. I mean, LSU with 2 losses already, they're done. Yet maybe a signature win here against A&M. A&M just 3-9 against the number of their last 12 games and 2-12 against the number their last 14 games against LSU. So we've seen a little bit of Lucy money come in as well, but maybe not quite the marquee schedule we've seen over the last 2 or 3 weeks. But those are 3 games that really jump out, as well as the BYU Iowa State game and the Houston ASU game. So about 5 or 6 really good games this weekend as well, including Missouri and Vandy.
Circling that one, Joe. 180 LSU. I see what Chuck did there. I'm circling 180 LSU. Okay, all right. I might bet that one. Heisman Trophy. If you had a vote, Chuck, who do you give it to today?
Tonight?
Yeah, if you had a Heisman vote and you could give your Heisman ballot, who would you pick?
I'm starting to lean towards a certain quarterback that happens to play for Alabama.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep. Simpson, I get it. Do you rate them as a significantly better than the other SEC teams, or do you have Alabama very, very close with the rest?
I think it's close. I think the SEC, you look at that conference, and there's a lot of good teams in there. I think it's going to kind of depend on how it all shakes out based on the committee and where these teams are all slated at the end. But I do put them at the top right now.
Okay.
And then Ohio State is just so much better than everybody, it feels like. I know from a power rating standpoint, you probably have them number 1. I was talking to a couple guys that do what you do, and they said the gap between Ohio State and Oregon, Bama, Indiana is still like 4.5, 5 points. That's pretty high. Even though there is a lot of parity, it's clear who the best team in the country is, no?
Oh, yeah, no question, no question. I mean, I love Oregon, too, and, especially against teams that are maybe a tick just below the top 5 or 6 in the country. I mean, they just keep their foot on the gas, and they don't let up. But it's we'll see what happens over the last third of the season, guys. But right now it's Ohio State and then everybody else.
Chuck, I'm assuming with Major League Baseball, it's going to pop back up tomorrow, finally, after a little bit of a layoff here. We get World Series game number 1, Dodgers-Jays. Assuming that your perspective is, can we please get a good series? Can we please get 6 to 7 games as opposed to 4 to 5?
I would love it if that's the case. And, with our close proximity to Southern California, we don't have a professional baseball team yet. Everybody loves the Dodgers. However, with the odds being as low as they've been all year, we actually are in fair shape as far as liability goes on the future book. But the team that we're actually in the best shape on going into the playoffs was the Toronto Blue Jays. Just a lack of respect from the bettors with the Blue Jays. However, when you look at the Jays, guys, best record in the American League, but also the best home record in baseball. I know it's tough against the Dodgers. I know we're going to need the Jays in every game, but I actually think it's going to be a little bit better series than a lot of people do. The series price has already been pushed up from minus 245 to minus 260, 265. They're not going to be the favorite in any game. The Jays are going to be a dog, even at home, but I give them a shot. I think the series does go at least 6 games. Again, best record at home in baseball.
Chuck, final minute. Is there one specific NFL or college football side that you would like to be aligned with the most this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we actually touched on it, guys, and
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats. Get to our lightning bets coming up in just a couple of minutes. Got Thursday night football. This is a college game. Not much attention going on there. Don't forget the World Series starts tomorrow as well. Sam, it feels like baseball's been gone for like 3 weeks. I completely forgot about it until we were talking with Chuck. I'm like, oh, yeah, the World Series starts tomorrow.
So I do want to bring up this Damon Jones thing before we get out of here because there's a lot of dot connecting going on right now, and I think you know who I'm talking about. But there's a listener of ours that has a Blue Jays bet at 55-1. Nice ticket, huh? To win the whole thing. 55-1. Trumps my 8-1. So, balls on the table, 55-1. He's wondering if there's any hedge possibilities. I think at 55-1, you can lay a little Dodger series price, right? I mean, why not? If you got 55-1, you could lay a little 230, no?
You can. How much do you want to gamble?
That's
and
the
I
question.
Asked that I asked that because it's something that I brought up to you yesterday. You don't have that ticket, but you also are holding a Blue Jays ticket. Now, different scenarios, 8-1 versus 55, but you're both aligned on that side. So what do you think about tomorrow? Do you have a strong opinion on who's going to win that game? Because if you can get Toronto to take a 1-0 lead, boy, it makes life a lot easier as far as hedging. Now, with the 55, I'd be fine to lay that price going into it. And, maybe you could reassess after every game where you're at. But, like, for you, with your spot of 8-1, I would probably try to wait because I think there's a decent chance that Toronto takes game one. And then if I'm this person with the 55, I would just lay the price going into it.
Right. I'm not going to do anything, is what I told him. And I'm not going to – he didn't give me permission to put his business, how much he bet, so I'm not going to do that. I don't think it's a full unit, though, considering what he said. So let's call it maybe a half unit at 55-1. That's a lot of possibility there. Why can't the Jays win game one? I mean, they're at home. They've been very good for the most part all season at home. Snell's okay. I mean, he's definitely pitched in big games before, but he could be beaten. I was bringing up maybe Dodgers in 5 or Dodgers in 6 or maybe both to kind of spin the yarn that way. If you don't want to lay, 215 at one book, 230 at another, 250 at another. I mean, the price is obviously different at all these different books, but he's got a great bet at 55-1, and I'm not hedging my 8. That's what I said. Now, at 55, I think it's a different conversation, but a hell of a bet there, no doubt.
Yeah, I wouldn't hedge it either. You're right. There are different ways that you can attack this, too. When it comes to, you could do, they offer a spread, right? Like minus a game and a half?
Yeah, that's what he brought up. He said, I'm thinking about Dodgers 1.5 at minus 115, but obviously could get middled there if the Dodgers win in 7.
I know. But if the Dodgers win in 7, you would think he would also have probably an opportunity to get a good Jays series price in the middle of the series, right?
Yes, but he doesn't need more Jays, I don't think, because he's got the 55.
Oh, yeah. I meant a better Dodgers price is what I meant.
Dodgers, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yes, of course. All right, yeah, it's an interesting situation that you got there. All right, let's find out with Thursday Night Football, the start of week number 8, where the room is.
Where's the room?
All right, we bring in EP Paul Aspen, find out what the room is doing with Thursday Night Football. Vikings and Chargers. What do you have, Paul?
In a new development, the room is on all overs in tonight's Thursday Night Football game for player props. Okay. So, most bet props at BetMGM for tonight's Thursday Night Football game between the Chargers and Vikings. Number 5, Vidal over 55.5 rushing yards.
I get it. I think Haskins is out or questionable for this game, so that would make him being the dude. Yeah.
Is this Sam's guy, or Sam, did you go Haskins? Oh, you had Haskins.
I picked up Haskins. Somebody else picked up Vidal. Haskins had 4 fantasy points. Vidal had 21. Stay hot, kid.
It sucks when you pick the wrong guy. You're like, I don't know, flip a coin. Oh, I got the wrong one. This bum.
All right, number 4, Oronde Gadsden II over 41.5 receiving yards.
I'm liking this Minnesota side so far. What else? That was the hot name last week.
Yeah. Carson
Gertz
Wentz
told me to pick him up. Let's see, did I get him? I did not get him. Somebody scooped in ahead of me and took him in the waiver wire.
If Gertz was on Gadsden, might be our fade.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Gadsden
Carson
is
Wentz.
down and he's not moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Wentz over 11.5 rushing yards.
Oh. How is that the play?
Yeah. So, like, if Carson Wentz does his dumb scramble sort of thing and ends up taking like a 15-yard sack, that's not negative rushing yards, right? That's just a sack.
They take away passing, I believe.
Yeah.
Because the negative rushing is the kneel down.
Right. But that's like it, right?
Yes.
Unless you were to get like a double reverse handoff or something, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
I might be wrong about the passing, but I know they don't take away from the rushing for that.
Yeah, they don't take away from the rushing. All right, number 2, most popular prop for tonight's game, TJ Hawkinson over 31.5 receiving yards.
All right.
And the number 1 most popular prop for tonight, BetMGM, Jordan Addison over 51.5 receiving yards.
He was the guy. He was the guy last week. I was just, you said Hawkinson. I'm like, my reaction was, oh, I'm surprised it's not Addison. And then you go right to Addison. That makes sense. It's recency bias. Okay. Who had the biggest game for the Vikings most recently? They're going over on Addison. Nothing on Jefferson, huh?
Nothing.
That's interesting, Sam.
If I had my bell, I would be pounding the bell right now. Justin Jefferson over 80.5. That's my favorite bet tonight.
Why aren't they betting Jefferson?
Because you got to bet Hawkinson and Addison.
He's plus 150 for a touchdown, Jefferson. Best player on the field. Yes. I'm sure he hasn't scored much recently, but I don't really care about that. That's got to be why you're getting that price. Yeah, he has not scored since he got a touchdown against the Bears in week 1.
Well, he's scoring tonight. I hate to break it to you.
Jefferson Moon?
JJ touchdown.
Jefferson 10 toes Moon.
Now you're combining segments. I don't think that's a thing. I like it.
Joe, there's no rules. There's no rules. Yeah, purple Viking Moon.
Yeah, I'm in a studio and nobody knows who I am. I don't give a damn anymore.
Who are you? Do you have a name tag?
Did you push the button?
I do have a name tag. Yeah,
Did you push the button? Were you asked that question?
Who said that
today?
in the chat? I think
Who are you? Who are you? And did you push the button? So good. I think that JJ one's a good look. All right, Sam, official. What are your player props?
I'm just doing the Jefferson over 80.5. You can find that readily available at BetMGM. Other books are higher, so we're going to take the best number and the best price. Over 80.5 receiving yards, and I'll take a piece. Nobody wants to do it. I'll take the Vikings and the points. Let's see. Best number I can get on Minnesota is 3.5 minus 115. I will gladly take that hook and take Minnesota plus 3.5.
Do you think it will be 3.5 at game time? I'm not. I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Go back to 3.
I don't know how the public's going to play it. I don't.
After our conversation, I want to bet Justin Jefferson touchdown at plus 150.
Do it.
That was not on my radar, but now it is. JJ gets back into the end zone, plus 150. Let's go V. Vikings, Virginia. Virginia minus 10.5, Vikings plus 3.5. That seems to be a show bet on Minnesota. I don't think Paul will join us, though, because we know how he feels about one Carson Wentz, right? You never, ever?
No, never, ever. Yeah, I'll go. How about the Wentz pick 6 versus the Eagles? Oh, it was beautiful last week. I'll go Jefferson, though. I'll join Sam on that. I mean, me being me, I'm like, whoa, when's the last time we got 2+ touchdowns at 10-1 for Justin Jefferson? But I'll just do the one at plus 155. Oh, since we didn't do 10 toes down, Jets, Browns, money line. Like 11-1.
Ew.
You disgust me.
Okay, all right. We can't do Carson.
Can't do the Vikings.
I can't
do
Browns money
exactly.
line.
Yeah. Right. He's betting on Tyrod Taylor and who? What was the other one? Dylan Gabriel?
Dylan, Gabriel. Maybe we get Shador at halftime. Who knows? World's our oyster.
Doing Jets,
Gabriel.
Browns, parlay.
Let him watch.
Money line parlay.
Can't do Wentz.
How many weeks have both the Jets and Browns won in NFL?
0. Oh.
Both? 0. Both would be 0 for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're due.
Jake, what do you have?
Since Paul's not going to do it because now you know it's going to win, like I'm doing the Jefferson 2 touchdowns because now you know it's definitely happening. since Paul's going to do the Jets and the Browns but can't do Jefferson 2 touchdowns. Moon 10 toes
Or the
down
Vikings.
Jefferson. My final comment for everybody. But did you push the button?
Purple moon. This show's so stupid.
It's been a weird week.
Just wait. You think it's dumb
I don't know how
now?
I would describe it. Bad sweats. I think we're back tomorrow.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network.